Good morning. Hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning. You know, we can't exactly start on time, but we're trying to start close to on time. I was just commenting that when anything is organized by a bunch of artists, it's never going to start on time. Give people a couple of minutes to come in and sit down. Welcome. I am thrilled beyond words to see all of you in the audience. Many of you I have known for some time. Some of you I am looking forward to getting to know through this work. Just a couple of notes before we get started with our introduction and welcome from Dr. Clayton. Some of you traveled a long way to get here. We have folks from California, we have folks from New York and New Jersey, we have folks from Florida, we have folks from Tennessee, and a whole slew of people from Alabama. And I think the spirit of this day is kind of based in the idea of community and the role of building community to address very particular human needs that exist in our state and in our nation. We're focusing on Alabama today because that's where we are. But I don't think the words that will be spoken here are relevant just to this state. I want to first start by thanking Alma Robinson. Where's Alma? Alma. So I have known Alma Robinson for several years. She is the executive director of the California Lawyers for the Arts, and we are participating in her project. So there are 6 of these forums nationally, sponsored by the Arts for Justice Fund, which is Ford and Rockefeller, looking at how arts can play a critical role in addressing issues of the criminal justice system. So, Alma, thank you for inviting us to participate in the project with you. I would also like to just give a grand thanks to everyone at the Jewel Collins Smith Museum of Fine Art for their ongoing support of our program and for hosting this forum today. I think it is very important that conversations about art and education take place in venues that celebrate creativity. And you will hear me say this a lot today, probably the humanness of that. So thank you so much. We are going to have a few words from Dr. Taffy Clayton, and then Jeff Dunn, who is the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections, and then we're going to jump right into the panels. I will say a few words just about housekeeping issues and kind of the flow of the day after Commissioner Dunn speaks. But just to go ahead and introduce Dr. Clayton. Dr. Taffy Benson Clayton is the inaugural Vice President and Associate Provost for Inclusion and Diversity here at Auburn University. She and her team are tasked with expanding Auburn's diversity and inclusion footprint within the institution and also nationally. Dr. Clayton formerly served as Associate Vice Chancellor for Diversity and Multicultural Affairs and Chief Diversity Officer at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and as the Associate Provost and Chief Diversity Officer at East Carolina University. Throughout her 20-year career as an executive administrator leading diversity and inclusion efforts at major universities, Dr. Clayton focuses on serving students, faculty, staff, community, visitors, and alumni. She is the designated executive administrator for coordinating the university's diversity and inclusion strategy and is the principal advocate and advisor to the president and senior university leadership on issues of diversity and inclusion. Dr. Clayton.
Thank you so much, guys. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to Auburn University and to the Alabama Art for Justice Forum. I greet you today in the capacity that Kais has already shared with you, and certainly on behalf of other members of our executive administration. I'd first like to commend my colleague, Kais Stevens, who is, as you all know, founder and director of the Alabama Prison Arts and Education Project for our university, and is the driving force behind behind the effectiveness of the programming there. KAIS is also, without a doubt, a key force in the planning for today's event, as well as broader efforts concerning education and criminal justice reform. So I know that in our audience today, we have people gathered from across the state. I believe there are people here from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, from University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa, perhaps North Alabama as well, from secondary education, corrections, I met the commissioner just a minute ago, and reentry. And as we've also heard across this nation from California and New York. Higher education is absolutely vital to creating educational opportunities that contribute to more people thriving in the state. But beyond that, it also contributes to connecting people authentically, I believe, through our outreach and our engagement efforts, connecting us around our common humanity. So the Alabama Prison Arts and Education Program here at Auburn has been invested in committed learners and under-resourced learning communities now for almost 15 years. Our university understands its role as a great public land-grant institution. And I believe we're settling into the real prominence as well as promise of that role as well. We have the incredibly important responsibility and opportunity to connect the educational assets of the university to the people of our state. And it is important for Auburn University to be the convening host site for today's experience and to be engaging with so many other partners in an ongoing state and national dialogue about the development and about the strengthening and sustainability of systems for positive change. Building a more robust and inclusive university means broadening the scope of our impact. And our effort to extend inclusion into many contexts is not only a contribution to the university, our students, and our faculty and staff, but it is an investment in the state of Alabama. We know that educated citizens become engaged citizens. The American education reformer and former president of Antioch College, that many of you historians may know, Horace Mann, is known for his intellectual progressivism, and he's credited, in my view, for the following profound quote: "Education, then, beyond all other devices of human origin, is the great equalizer of the conditions of man, the balance wheel of social machinery." And then Elwood Cubberley, a historian, said of Horace Mann, "No one did more than he to establish in the minds of the American people the conception that education should be universal, non-sectarian, accessible, and that the aim should be social efficiency, virtue, and character, rather than mere learning and the advancement of educational ends." So Horace Mann, 18th century education reformer that he was, would agree that educated citizens become engaged citizens and constructive societal contributors. This belief underscores the importance for our institutions to more fully engage educationally underserved communities. More specific to the point of our gathering here today, research indicates that access to higher education during incarceration results in decreased recidivism. People who earn college degrees while incarcerated are better prepared for success upon reentry. We are pleased and think it important to be a part of a core group of universities and efforts and partners like you across the state and nation working to provide educational access and opportunities to all populations. We view this as an innovative inclusion strategy that contributes to the resilience and the sustainability of our communities, our democracy, and our American society. Thank you so much for being here today. Our collective support of this important work makes a real difference in this state and well beyond.
Thank you, Dr. Clayton. Commissioner Jeff Dunn was appointed Commissioner of the Alabama Department of Corrections on April the 1st, 2015, after serving 28 years in the United States Air Force and retiring at the rank of Colonel. Commissioner Dunn leads Alabama's largest law enforcement agency, managing an incarcerated population of more than 20,000 in 26 correctional facilities, employs a workforce of over 3,300 officers, supervisors, support staff, and operates an annual budget exceeding $500 million. Commissioner Dunn is a graduate of Birmingham Southern College, where he earned a degree in English and a commission through the Air Force Reserve Officer Training Corps. He holds a Master of Arts in Nonprofit Management from Regent University, a Master of Science in Transportation and Logistics from the Air Force Institute of Technology, and dual Masters in Operational Design and Strategic Studies from the Air University at Maxwell. And Commissioner Dunn is a fantastic advocate for our work.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I have to say I feel very comfortable in this group because, first of all, I was educated in the liberal arts and have, for all of my life, from my childhood, been indoctrinated into the idea of the value of a liberal arts education. I know we have some lawyers in the room. My dad was a lawyer. I feel like I grew up on the witness stand. Dad, can I have an extra 30 cents for lunch to buy ice cream? Well, why do you need that? Why 30? Why not 25? So you understand what I'm saying. And then I understand we have some artists in the group. I'm married to an artist. My wife is a graduate of Auburn and was an art major. And so our house is literally littered with her artwork. And so I think I understand the mind of an artist a little bit after 32 years. I was running late this morning, and I didn't tell Kai the reason I was running late, but it was because the conservative, very staid and orderly Air Force officer and the free-thinking artist were disagreeing on an issue this morning. And so it caused me to run a little bit late. So I appreciate Kai's patience with me. What I'd like to do, and I actually realized that I left my main prop on my chair. Excuse me. What I'd like to do is just read you a quick excerpt and then make a few comments on it. And it says this: the Alabama Department of Corrections principal institutions are horrendously overcrowded. The overcrowded condition in these institutions is the subject of a class action lawsuit. The effects of severe overcrowding are heightened by dormitory living arrangements which prevail in these institutions. Bunks are often packed together so closely that there is no walking space between them. Sanitation and security are difficult to maintain. Overcrowding is primarily responsible for and exacerbates all of the other ills in the Alabama penal system. The dilapidation of facilities contributes to the extremely unsanitary living conditions. Windows are broken and unscreened. Nearly all inmate living quarters are inadequately heated and ventilated. The electrical systems are totally inadequate. Exposed wiring possesses a constant danger to the inmates, and insufficient lighting results in eye strain and fatigue. Plumbing facilities are in exceptional state of disrepair, and in one area at Draper, housing for over 2 men, there was only one functioning toilet. Violent inmates are not isolated from those who are young, passive, or weak. Consequently, the latter inmates are repeatedly victimized by those who are stronger and more aggressive. Testimony shows that robbery, rape, extortion, theft, and assault are everyday occurrences among the general inmate population. Emotional and physical disabilities which require special attention pass unnoticed. There is no rational basis for which to assign inmates to the few vocational, educational, or work opportunities which do exist. All of this contributes to the apathy, tension, frustration which pervade the Alabama prisons. This is from a report from the U.S. District Court of the Middle District of Alabama, January 13, 1976. Now, I will tell you that that is eerily familiar to me as the commissioner. What we are trying to do now in the Department of Corrections is to make a fundamental and generational change to address many of the issues that were identified in that court report. And so I'd like to take just a minute to tell you how we are doing that. And I'd like to do that with just a few little vignettes. The first one is, when I was appointed to this position, I was asked very clearly by the governor to take a look at a different path, because based on the 76 report and subsequent reports, it was clear that for decades the system had struggled, had been under-resourced, and we were kind of doing that old saw, the definition of insanity, just doing the same thing over and over again and trying to and hoping for a different result. So we embarked upon a path to fundamentally change who we are and what we do. And so I'd like to break it down into outside the department and inside the department. So outside the department, we have got about the business of doing basically three things: educating the state, seeking resources, and building partnerships. Educating the state, seeking resources, and building partnerships. So the first major legislative session that I participated in was in 2016, and the question on corrections was why? Why do anything? They're just prisoners. I mean, they're there for a reason, aren't they, Commissioner? And many of you are familiar with that mindset. So we spent that entire legislative session and the full next year educating the state and the legislature on maybe a new approach to think about incarceration. So in the 2017 session, the question was no longer why. We had, in a sense, made the hurdle as to why we should do something, to now the question was, what should we do? And if any of you are familiar with the Alabama legislature, you know that difficult decisions are very hard to come by. And it takes our group of 135 very well-meaning citizens who have been elected to come to consensus on something is a real challenge. But the question had shifted, and I don't know that a lot of people saw that as significant at the time, but I saw it as fundamental, that we had gone from why should we do anything to let's figure out what we need to do. Fast forward to the last session, we received the largest increase in our budget in 30 years, percentage-wise. Over $80 million in additional revenue was provided for the Alabama Department of Corrections. Now, that primarily this year went towards our mental health capacity, which Kai didn't mention. She did mention I run the largest law enforcement agency in the state, but also run the largest mental health capacity and function in the state of Alabama that simply dwarfs the Department of Mental Health. As a thinker, if you start to think about that, you'll kind of shake your head and say, well, there's something wrong there, fundamentally. We really need to rethink what we're doing in this area. But I digress. So we received this increase, and it focused primarily on our mental health situation. And then it began to attack one of our fundamental issues, and that is of understaffing. We're critically understaffed in virtually every facility that we have. So that is a result of the education and the advocating for more resources. The third area that we've worked very hard on is this idea of strengthening partnerships. Now, let me brag upon my new, and by new I mean in the last 3 years, and now very dear colleague, Kai Stevens. I cannot imagine a stronger and more passionate partner that sees where we want to go. And in reality, probably if I were in a moment of real candidness, she saw it long before I showed up on the scene and has just allowed me to come into it and has not basically said, this is what I really was trying to communicate to you all along. But she's very gracious and she's a great partner. And she did say in her literature, when she sent out, said, if you have anything to put out, bring it with you. Well, I do, and it's a shameless plug, but I would just commend to you her article that she wrote, Pathways Home Through Education and Reentry Programming. I read a lot about corrections and reentry. This is one of the best articles, most balanced articles you'll find out there. So I would commend it to you, and Kai, thank you for writing this. I really appreciated it. But we've sought to build these partnerships, not only with Auburn, but with Ingram State Community College, which their president is here now, Annette Funderburk. Tremendous partnership. something very unique about Annette and Ingram State. I believe, and Annette can correct me here, but I think there's only 4 other states in the union that have a community college solely dedicated to inmate education. Alabama's on the forefront of that commitment within their community college system. And then thirdly, in the community college system, we have a very strong partnership with the Calhoun Community College in North Alabama. And we are seeking to grow those partnerships every day. So that's what's going on outside the department. Inside the department is equally as exciting from my vantage point. For the first time in recent memory, and as long as I can go back, it's been at least 10 years, we're about to publish a strategic plan for the department. And that strategic plan is going to encapsulate who we want to be and where we want to go in the next 5 years. It's much more operational and action-oriented than it is vision-oriented, although we do have a vision in there. It clarifies our mission of who we want to be and who we want to become and how we're going to get there. Traditionally in Alabama, when budgets have been tight, programming, as we call it, and that's the overarching umbrella for things like education, treatment, vocational education, life skills, those types of things, those things that contribute to reentry and rehabilitation, have been sacrificed to security, to care, custody, and control. And that's not uncommon in corrections as you see across the country. But we are trying to change that, and that's one of the fundamental changes that we're making in the department. I came to an epiphany not too long ago in that traditionally there is a belief that it's either or. It's either security or programming. I've now come to the belief, because I've seen it in action, is that it's really a both and that one contributes to the other, and that they are interlocked, and you really can't do one without effectively doing the other, and you can't do the other without effectively doing one. And so we're trying to change the culture and the mindset within the department to view this not as a zero-sum game or a binary choice between we either do security or we do programming. But if we're smart about it, we can do both, and good, effective programming will contribute to the security and the safety of our facilities, and safe and secure facilities will therefore increase and encourage strong, effective programming. I'm very proud to say that we've appointed probably the best and one of the strongest leaders and advocates in this in the state, our Deputy Commissioner for Plans and Programs, Steve Watson, and his team who are here. We recently brought on board a statewide education and reentry coordinator to coordinate all of our efforts and to synchronize our efforts along the lines of education and reentry. And then within this strategic plan, we identified 4 strategic focus areas in which we're going to align our resources, and one of them is programming, and a significant portion under the programming is this idea of education. Because as I know y'all understand, we have a great appreciation in the department that the degree to which we can influence and impact an inmate's life in the area of treatment, in the area of education or vocational training, is directly correlated to whether or not they will be successful when they leave. And I'll close with this. A dear friend of mine, John Wetzel, who is the director in Pennsylvania, and he's also the chairman of the board at the Council of State Governments, he said recently that every hole in the social safety net is caught in the state prison system. Think about that for a second. Every hole in the social safety net is caught by the state prison system. And there's an expectation by the citizenry of the state of Alabama that all of those that we catch, when we release or return, that there's an expectation that they're better than when we caught them. And so it just makes a great argument for the public safety piece of why we should invest in education, why we should invest in rehabilitation, why we should invest in effective evidence-based reentry programming. And that's why I'm so pleased for forums like this to have those discussions. That's why I'm so grateful for the partnership with Kai and Annette and others around the state. And we are excited about what's going on. We're excited about the future of the department and the potential that we have to influence and, as our vision statement says, impact lives for a safer Alabama. Thank you.
All right. In the effort of trying to keep us on schedule, the idea for this day is based on conversation. So the panels don't have 3 and 4 and 5 people on them. They have 2 people speaking because we want the dialogue to happen with everybody in the audience and the people who are imparting their wisdom and their experience to us. So this is an active engagement. I will not tell you to turn off your phones, right? But I would suggest it. The way we'll do this is that on each panel, the 2 speakers will address the audience, and then we will do Q&A for everybody at the end of that, just so you're clear on that process. The lunch format is not just eating. We're going to make you work at lunch too. The tables are going to be broken up by topic area. There's more information in your program about that. And Alma Robinson is going to talk a little bit more about that right before lunch. But one of the things I want to say now is please do not sit at a table with everyone that you already know. We want people talking with folks that they have not spoken with before. There are also evaluation forms. We imagine that this is not the only one of these events that we offer. We imagine that maybe this is the starting point. And in order for something to be the starting point, we need feedback from the stakeholders, and the stakeholders are you. I know that evaluations are not your most favorite thing to fill out. It's worth it, right? Because you're actually investing in how we figure out how to do this by investing in the evaluation. So please fill them out. And I'm going to keep my opinions to the end of the day. I have many, but I want to keep us on track. I just would like and ask for you to listen. I think part of our chronic human issue is that we do not truly listen to each other. We listen to somebody start talking, and then we start interrupting them in our head. We're saying no but, or and this. And we're not actually listening. So my request of you today is to actually listen to what our speakers have to say. Make notes. You've got plenty of room in your program, and then we follow up on those notes in the dialogue after. And once again, thank you for being here for what I see is a really important beginning for our state. Panel number 1, Mark Wilson. There are 2 phones up here.
Folks, we're going to start off strong today because we have Barb Bondi and Sonia Turley Landers as our first panelist. And if you were listening to Kai's, I think we should all sit up straight and listen and turn off our phones. I think that's what we should do. Each speaker is only going to have 12 minutes, 12 minutes to convey what they have to say to you, and then it's going to be your turn, and we are going to look to you for conversation immediately following. Barb Bondi is a visual artist and professor of art in the Department of Art and Art History at Auburn University. She began teaching with the Prison Arts Program in 2005 and has taught 12 classes, which means she brings lots of wisdom to this podium. Let's welcome Barb Bondi.
Good morning. For over 17 unrelenting years, Kai Stevens has successfully developed education opportunities for men and women in Alabama prisons to grow and flourish as creative thinkers. Kai's has enabled teaching opportunities for people like me who are grateful to teach the remarkable students of the Alabama Prison Art and Education Project, APAEP. APAEP students are people. They are grandfathers, mothers, brothers, daughters, parents, and veterans. They are people who are creative and extraordinarily innovative and have a broad range of expertise and educational backgrounds. They are people who are concerned about the environment and socio-political issues and how people treat each other in the world. They are people struggling with PTSD or addiction. They are people who will die in prison, and they are people who will be released. I know these things because students make art about what is important to them. These are the subjects that arise in the artwork in our classes. Their voices matter and contribute, as do all voices, to a more complete understanding of what it means to be human. AP/AEP students are voracious learners. Their excitement, curiosity, and aspiration to learn is a driving force for innovative teaching. They are responsive and insightful and engage fully in the process. This drives inspired teaching. They invest themselves in out-of-class work despite unpredictable difficulties they may face outside of class time. They are students who give. Many donate their artwork back to the program to help fund supplies for other students. They support each other and teach each other by sharing skills and limited materials. They respect and appreciate the space of learning, and they share with families what they learn in AP/AEP classes. My motivation to teach drawing is that anyone can learn to draw if they are given the chance to try. To be able to draw is to gain a skill that can make a world appear, to render what one can envision. Since 2005, I've taught a range of 12 art classes, including introductory through advanced drawing classes. Last year, I taught Drawing as Voice over 2 semesters. Drawing as Voice was designed after reflecting upon the best outcomes of several classes I'd previously taught for the program. I designed this class with one essential leading outcome: to enable students to reclaim autonomy and agency through expression of voice while developing art making and communication skills. Drawing as Voice was a dream class. That's characteristic of AP/AEP classes. KAIS encourages the design of dream classes that draw upon your expertise and passion, and students incentivize the development of innovative courses by responding with enthusiasm. In Drawing as Voice, students first discussed what is voice and proceeded over 14 weeks through 2.5-hour sessions to create artworks based on their interpretation of various prompts such as color as voice or memory as voice. Presentations occurred after the completion of each art project. So the class of 18 students was located in the law library at Stayton Correctional Facility. Each class included a variety of activities such as discussions, demonstrations, lessons on the fundamentals of art, art history, introduction of new materials and techniques, concept development, writing, and public speaking strategies. For each project, students wrote proposals for their ideas, created the artworks, wrote artist statements, and presented their artwork through oral presentations. We began the class with discussion of what is voice and why is expression of voice important. These are 2 responses. Quote, "One voice can change a nation. One voice is a powerful sound. It's all that it takes to make life worth living. If you go about your time here, never expressing the joys and sorrows you face on a daily basis, then when you're gone, there's no record left behind of who you were. It's the validation of your existence," unquote. And, quote, "My voice is the life that I live to make it in this place, to carry me to the next life with pride for not failing myself again," unquote. In teaching AP/AEP students, I have rediscovered time and again the profound impact art can have on people's lives. There is a shared vulnerability in the classroom. Poet David White describes vulnerability in a way that is familiar to me. Quote, "Vulnerability is not a weakness, a passing indisposition, or something we can arrange to do without. Vulnerability is not a choice. Vulnerability is the underlying, ever-present, and abiding undercurrent of our natural state," unquote. And according to author Brené Brown, quote, "Vulnerability is the only path to courage, and it is the birthplace of innovation, creativity, trust, and empathy," unquote. So establishing a common ground in the classroom cultivates trust. Our classrooms are a place where students and teachers, despite vast differences in life experiences, together engage in the process of making art to empower voice, developing ideas, and digging deeper through concept development and learning new skills. Vulnerability naturally arises throughout this process and demands trust and respect because we are all exposed and undisguised. What is common about the common ground is the shared interest for everyone's creative development and growth in expressing artistic voice. Trust builds when fear, risk, or uncertainty is reduced. Trust enables us to be who we really are. Trust starts on the outside and I think is at the core of AP-AEP. Everyone involved in AP-AEP holds trust in each other. We all work together to uphold the integrity of the program. The students are the primary focus. We do not jeopardize the relationships KAIS has forged between AP-AEP, Auburn University, the University of Alabama, and the Department of Corrections, the Alabama Department of Corrections. All teachers are trained extensively every semester to be prepared as possible before going into the prison. There are backup plans and plans for the backup plans to clear the road for the best possible educational experience for students and teachers. Risk and uncertainty are dramatically reduced by training with clear policies and a dedicated and committed, incredible staff. Vulnerability is the path to courage and empathy. Last year, a student who had taken several of our classes stated that the classes, quote, made him a man. This comment was not made or taken lightly. Years prior, I recall the same student walking into the classroom after working on the assignment prompt, Lifeline. He conveyed that thinking about the concept lifeline was so painful for him, he almost quit. But he did not quit, and he continued to take more classes. Students draw upon their insight and experiences for the purpose of making art. This is most often challenging and sometimes painful, but I think everyone wants to be challenged. To be challenged means one is being met with high expectations. The challenges of art classes create purpose and opportunity to speak and be heard. Opinions and ideas are respected and valued. Challenges expand potential. I think I understand some of what the student meant in saying the classes made him a man. I think he connected or reconnected with a sense of purpose. Our classes help students regain access to their sense of purpose by enabling them the freedom to make choices and act upon decisions. Expression of voice and developing the skills to conceptualize and depict what one wants to express are lifelong skills that transfer to communicating with others. That same semester, a student remarked that art classes had helped him see how much everyone had in common. We all talked at length about seeing each other's humanity and how art can facilitate this process. This recognition of shared humanity is powerful. Students empathetically listen to one another and recognize the humanity in each other. These too are lifelong skills that transform us individually and as a community. In another class, when everyone was quietly working on their projects, a student lifted up his head and declared aloud, "Art expands consciousness." We stopped what we were doing to investigate further this insightful comment. I continued to reflect upon the breadth of its meaning. The processes that go into art making broaden awareness through thinking critically about ideas, turning generalizations into more complex thought processes, and turning the table on assumptions. The act of materializing an idea and listening to the thought processes of others gives rise to empathy and sheds light on what it means to be human. This process cultivates the ability to reclaim autonomy and agency and gain insight into oneself and others. AP-AEP classes develop problem-solving skills related to art, perspective taking, and the ability to independently assess artwork. Art classes develop motor skills and creative expression. Students synthesize course content with their life experiences. They say classes help them see differently. They notice what they see. To say that art expands consciousness tells me that art raises awareness of the world we live in, no matter what world that is, and develops insight into how one thinks about it and reflects upon it. The Alabama Prison Art and Education Project is making education accessible to students inside prison walls. We cannot know from where or from whom the next cure for a disease or innovation to help feed the world will come. But I think we should assume it is possible that it can come from anyone who can access the tools needed, access to education. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Sonia Turley Landers comes to us today from Panama City, where she's an artist and business owner. And we have several members of Sonia's family anchoring the front corner of the room today, and we're delighted that you all are here. Sonia belongs to the Onondaga Nation, the Turtle Clan of the Haudenosaunee or Iroquois Confederacy. She is a creator, and she has a story to tell us. Let's welcome Sonia Turley Landers.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, I'm a tall woman here. And y'all also have to forgive me because I am not a public speaker at all. In the language of my Onondaga mother and my Irish and Creek father, Saguli, Stonga dos Jinda. Greetings to all, and I hope you are well. Habilitate is a verb, and it means to make fit or capable as for functioning in society. Once upon a time, far, far away, there lived a little girl who believed that one day all her dreams would come true. 1999 became a year that would change my life forever. I made extremely bad choices. I had placed myself in a situation where I was held against my will. The majority of people do not believe in today's society an educated woman could be held captive. It seems like an easy fix. You just turn and walk away. I could go into detail, perhaps paint a picture with words and let you know how it feels to be beat into an unconscious state over and over again, only to regain consciousness and see your blood splattered on the walls and on mirrors and on your own body, only to realize that it was your blood. I was forcibly raped and sodomized over and over again to the point where I was no longer the person I used to be. Ultimately, a life was taken and a price had to be paid. And I entered into the Alabama Department of Corrections, sentenced to a 20-split 5 years to serve and 5 years of probation upon release. Tutwiler Prison for Women is located between Highway 231 and Highway 9, a large layout of white buildings surrounded by a razor wire atop a 20-foot fence that stands out among the kudzu-covered landscape. I had driven by Tutwiler many, many times, often wondering what kind of woman would find herself confined there. I never imagined I would be one of those women, and I never imagined I would be known as a 6-digit number, and I never imagined I could be so easily erased as a human being. For months and months, I followed orders. I walked to the right of a line painted on the cement floor. I slept, I ate, I showered, I even used the bathroom when told. I'll never forget the day that I urinated on myself because an officer refused to give me permission to go to the bathroom, even though I was taking a prescribed diuretic or a water pill until count had cleared. In my mind, I could not comprehend that. I sat on my bed and I peed on myself. And I was ashamed. And I was mad because I had no one to blame but myself. From that day forward, I knew I had two options: give in to what I was feeling and continue to make bad decisions, or choose to make a difference. I'm not exactly sure of the day that I first saw a notice for a creative writing class that was being offered through Auburn University, a newly conceived program called the Alabama Prison Arts and Education Project. I truly did not expect to be chosen, as I had signed up for every other class that Tutwiler had offered, and I was always denied. It wasn't in my jacket. I wasn't a person that had a history of crime. I was not a person that fit all the rules and regulations usually known as a person that was confined to the Department of Corrections. So you can imagine my surprise when I received a notification slip stating that when and where the first class would be held. I was finally going to have something to do other than my assigned state job. I remember walking into that classroom that we were to use and taking a seat along with the other women chosen and looking around, and I was so excited. We were given a writing notebook and an ink pen, two very, very simple utensils. But as I looked at that notebook and I felt those blank pieces of paper, a part of me that I thought was gone forever came alive. I listened intently as Kai Stevens explained the concept of creative writing, and my brain was in overdrive. I think I wrote my first poem in about 5 minutes after returning to my dorm. But you see, it really didn't matter how long it took me to write it, and it really didn't matter what I wrote. It only mattered that I was thinking productively. Looking back, I know that class changed my thought process, and I remembered who I was and where I came from. In class, I would listen as each woman would read their written poems, and I was transferred to the streets of their hometown. I heard their anger, their frustration of living in a part of a city so large where people became statistics, only showing up on paper. I listened as the younger women wrote of the world of babies and jealous partners. Mothers who continued to have dreams that their children would not follow in their footsteps. There were poems of sadness, regret, happiness, memories that overtook the writer, and words on paper became a lifeline, a light in the darkness that was incarceration. I began to see these women as more than someone who shared space with me. I began to see hope, and I began to see change. Not everyone who participates in EP classes gets it, yet the opportunity to use mind and artistic gifts can make an impact so severe that the person who completes the classes can realize that there is more to their world than prison. One needs skills and training to re-enter into society. Just locking a person away for an extended amount of time does not always fix the problem. I cannot speak for others, as I can only tell you of my experience and what I witnessed during those 5 years. I was blessed to have family support. during my time at Tutwiler. I chose to have a positive outlook, and I chose to be a better person than when I walked in those doors. I often think of those I left behind, wondering what had become of them, what path they ultimately chose, and where their life is today. I pray that my contact with them was a positive one. I pray that my words today will make a difference in the mind of those who have the power to bring education on a broader level to the incarcerated. Education opens doors that would normally be closed upon release. Employment is hard to find with a criminal history. Remember, society frowns upon those who have been incarcerated, yet society is accepting of those who are educated. The Department of Corrections can be more than a housing facility. It can become a catalyst for change with the opportunity of becoming a cornerstone to build on a future that does not include recidivism. Not a day goes by that I do not think of the life that I took, the hurt and sadness that I inflicted upon a family that will never go away, regardless of the circumstances. How does one atone for such an act? I have asked myself every day since. The remorse and shame I carry is always with me. Even though I walk in a world of freedom, I am never truly free. My crime is never forgotten in my heart or on my soul. I will leave you with my written words, a poem I wrote almost 15 years ago, in the hopes that we are all reminded that everyone has a story, a beginning in life, and memories to gather strength from and a choice for living. Where I come from. Where I come from, red clay mud forms summer shoes, while vegetables ripen on the vine, fruit ripens on the trees, and girls ripen into young women. Where I come from, not forgotten is the baby blue Cinderella wristwatch broken while fighting with my cousin Joe. Mama, I'll care not who calls the ruckus, yelling, I've got my butter churning to do. Don't make me come and get you. Where I come from, sounds of the church choir singing while looking through a clouded window pane, laughing at the X-Lax chocolate cake frosting that will be put on the table for all to share. Not laughing as my mama all smacks me upside the head when found out. Where I come from, June bugs fly on the leashes of sewing thread. Roly-polies are miniature bowling balls, and maypops explode under the weight of a tan, bared foot. Where I come from, Pawpaw stands under the shade of a grand weeping willow, smiling at himself, watching his flesh and blood love the land of their childhood. Cousin Joe has become a cut-off blue jeans Superman with a towel cape, jumping from a hand-built ladder, tall as a southern pine. Where I come from, yellow dandelions become my canary diamonds in necklaces, bracelets, and rings, my jewels of summer, while in the greatness of dusk, fireflies in mason jars light my path to home base while playing hide and seek. Where I come from, kids walk miles to buy penny candy from the store, thinking 10 cents made me rich, and the hot summer sun caused dirt racetracks of sweat from the top of my head to the soles of my feet. Where I come from, hard work was made play, with rewards of lying on my stomach in the tomato patch with a box of salt, eating a red, ripe one, hot yet sweet, juice and seeds dripping like melting ice. Hot as hell, Papa says, plowing up the ground, me smelling the rain off in the distance, smiling and waiting for my new red clay mud shoes. Hundam Gia Jacques, until we meet again. Thank you.
Sonia, I think we agree in more ways than one that you are a tall woman. We'll see if these mics are hot, and we will start our conversation. Who has a comment or a question? I see that hand, yes. Okay.
I just wanted to say that your poem touched me deeply, and I was in similar shoes as yours, and it was beautiful, and I thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
Ms. Landers, can you talk about the importance of finding an outlet for emotional? Oh, okay. Hey! Can you talk about the importance of finding an outlet for expression? Your poem was beautiful. How did you come to find literature and creative writing as an outlet for all the things that you were going through and experiencing? Can you talk about how you came to that process through the program that you were in?
Like I said, because I didn't have any kind of criminal record or anything when my case happened, every class that I signed up for, I don't care if it was something drug related or just any kind of class, I was always turned down because I wasn't ordered by the judge to take a class. So when the creative writing class was posted on the board in Highway and I signed up for it, I really wasn't expecting it. But being in that class and hearing Kai's speak of everybody has a story, everybody can write something. It may not mean nothing to anybody else, but it'll mean something to you. And on that foundation is how you base things. And being able to write, being able to take everything that was inside of me and put it on a piece of paper just meant a lot. It was my therapy.
And Barb, in your story, I hear the same thing happening through visual arts. Is that kind of your experience, that students come in the door, maybe with some hesitation, of course, but yet what is it that allows them to fully enter the room?
Well, I think Sonia and I were speaking, we just met, it's a pleasure. We were talking about trust and building trust and how important it is to get to the point where everybody is real. You are who you are, you're undisguised, and I think once that trust is built, we start talking about, we release what's inside,
Right.
and know that it's going to be respected and heard.
Right.
And valued.
Right, exactly, because, when you're in the system, you're told so many different ways how you have to live your life now. It's like you become non-existent to who you were before. These classes give us something to hold on to and something to build with. And with an instructor coming in and giving you that trust and believing in you as a human being, period. Just a human being, period, whether you're behind walls or not, means a multitude of things. And on those things, because these instructors care and are there, you come out a different person. You have a different perspective because you're thinking differently.
And what's ironic is that at the same time, the instructors, they've been teaching at Auburn or somewhere else, and when they come in and have students like you, all of a sudden their understanding of teaching changes. And so there's a similar transformation that occurs. Would you agree, Barb?
I would agree. I would also say, which I said to Sonia too, is as soon as you look into somebody's eyes, it's just a human connection. And you know everybody has something to say and a story to tell. And so as a teacher, you want to get the spark in the eye, you know, and give people the freedom to pull out of them what it is they want to say, or discover what it is they want to say or have to say. And so I think what's really particularly important in the pre-college classes is we do not grade. So we can still give critique and be constructive, but there's not the same sort of authoritative role of the teacher. So as a teacher, you learn to, it's a common ground. We're all looking for the same thing.
Right. Yeah. You know, I noticed that a lot of the ladies that I was incarcerated with and took classes with had never been in a setting where they were able to learn something. You know, they had lived a life of different kind of crimes, drugs, whatever. So that part of their life, as when they learned, was gone. So once they got to that again and was able to focus on something other than the negative of why they were there, you know, their whole attitude started to change. Their whole demeanor started to change. You know, they started to impact other people, you know. So you may think that these classes are, the general public thinks these classes really have no substance to them, have no meat to them, have no core to them. And I am here to tell you that these classes, whether creative writing, art, or going on and getting a graduate degree in something, will change a life. And that is what we want ultimately, right?
Bet y'all'd like it in this conversation, wouldn't you? Here.
Thank you both so much for sharing with us today. My name is Stacy Moak. I'm from the University of Alabama at Birmingham. And I'm kind of representing lots of different voices here from criminal justice, social work, all around. I've had the opportunity to see some mural artwork done in Philadelphia by people who are life in prison, and they have been able to use their art as a restorative justice mechanism back to the community. So they were able to paint on parachute cloth that was taken out and then put in the community so that they could offer, you know, I'm sorry, or they could say something to the community that they are not allowed to say otherwise. And it strikes me that that could bring the community into this conversation as well, that it can be a benefit to both. The art can be a benefit both inside and outside. And so I was curious if there's any ability to do anything like that in Alabama.
Hand the microphone to Kais.
So we have a traveling art exhibit that's been in existence since I think we started it in 2005. That is an incredibly valuable way to get people in a shared space and have conversations. We also publish an anthology of our students' work every 2 years. The program at Graterford Prison up in Philly is pretty remarkable. I've been there a couple of times and seen their process. we don't really have a space inside of the facilities in Alabama that would promote that. So it's a space issue. But you know, the thing about it is, everybody being in this space together, now we figure out, so how do we make the space, right?
I saw another hand right here, and then over here, sorry.
Who's the first one?
Right here, that's closer to you, right there. Turn left, there you go.
Sorry. My name is Flip. I work with Aid to Inmate Mothers. And I wanted to ask what your thoughts were. You know, the Department of Corrections has limited space and limited funding. And what you said about being unable to sign up or be approved to take a specific course, I think in some cases, it's just that it's limited. I mean, I don't know how many an individual teacher that comes in from the outside would be able to manage, and then you sign up and you have like 6 weeks, or I don't know, how long was your class?
Yes, ma'am, it was originally a 6-week class. Yes, ma'am.
If you, when the class was over, did you continue to write, or did you have a way to, what I'm getting at is, if you had an opportunity to mentor others or run a program as a mentor for others and continue, would that have been something you would have done, or do you think something like that would be possible? That people would participate if it was organized and there was leadership within the facility, sort of inmate to inmate, to continue some of the classwork that you learned?
Yes, ma'am. You know, you create a bond with these ladies. And they come and they talk to you, you know. And I would go and tell everybody, when creative writing comes through, y'all go sign up now, because you're gonna, number one, enjoy it, because you're gonna have a voice, even if it's a voice only on the paper that you read. It will help you. If something like that had been available, yes, ma'am, I would have greatly enjoyed that, because I would have felt like I was giving back. I was helping to fix something, right or wrong. So yes, ma'am, if you know that had been available, I would have greatly enjoyed that.
Got a question over here. And by the way, while the microphone is traveling, it sounds like we've identified at least 2 further topics to explore around tables with folks, new project ideas, and trying to understand what resources exist.
Hi, I'm Connie. I'm from the University of Alabama at Birmingham. And I'm asking this question sort of with the DOC in mind, and knowing that there are people in the audience, and they probably already know this, but you gave a very stirring testimony about how being in that class changed you as a person. And I wanted to ask, I forgot your name. Yeah, Barb. I have heard that where there are educational programs, there are much better behaved inmates because they want to be in these programs, and they know if they're getting in trouble, they'll have to miss or won't be allowed to be in the programs. Have you both experienced that?
Well, what I would again defer to Kai's, but what I will say is the students are very protective of the classes and would not let anything occur to jeopardize the classes. I'm aware of that, and of course, same with the instructors. So I would think that that would just translate outside of the classroom too, that, yeah.
Right. You know, sometimes the ladies, they would be like, oh, you get a notebook. You know, a notebook in prison is a lot. You get a notebook. And I would tell them, yeah, you get a notebook and you get a pen, but you have to use that notebook and you have to use that pen. You know, it's not just something to say, oh, I have this, I have that. And personally speaking, when Kaz goes into a group of people and she talks and she tells them, this is why I am here. This is why I need you to help me come back here. There's, you know, just like Miss Barb said, you know, we're very protective. We don't want those classes to go away. You know, there's something, that's a light to us. You know, that's a light in the darkness. And it reaches out and it grabs your soul. And like I said, not everybody gets that. Not everybody is going to have a change. But out of the 5 that don't, you have 20 that do. So to me, that's a gamble we're taking.
One more comment or question?
Can I just add to that?
Absolutely, please.
I just wanted to add to that, that as a teacher, what one observes when teaching, you see change and transformation. You just see it. You know, I can't put science behind that, but you can see the difference between students from the beginning of class at the end of class, confidence and ability and more freely expressing ideas and getting stronger with their work. So, I mean, that's what I would say. It's obvious to me. And of course, that makes you want to teach with all your might. Yeah.
It makes you want to put your name on every piece of paper that comes through, any kind of program from Alabama President Art. Take it, take it, take it, go with it.
Well stated by both of you. Last question.
Good morning, Alma from California Lawyers for the Arts. You asked earlier about restorative justice and giving back with the example of the Philadelphia Mural Project, which is wonderful. But I just want to thank you, Sonia, for giving back today. It was a wonderful expression, and you give us courage to keep going. This is a path we're building as we go, and hearing your voice and how much this meant to you will inspire all of us to work together and to make these programs stronger and even more meaningful examples of how arts are a gateway to education and to a better life for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, since y'all started our day off with these panels so strong, what advice do you give to our audiences, real quick, to our persons who are here for the rest of the day? What advice do you give them? What do you hope they will get out of today?
Throw away your preconceived notions. There are people that are incarcerated and they want to change. They don't know how. You know, so giving them a helping hand. And guys, I will forever be in your debt. And I can never, ever say thank you loud enough or often enough to let you know what kind of burden you have lifted from me. Thank you.
Barb, any advice for us today?
I'm right behind you on that one. Kai's is an incredible human being, and this was her vision. And now there's this incredible staff. She won't let you say anything about her. She'll say it's a team, but she built it. I would just say, can we all just recognize that? And also throughout the day, just to connect what everyone is saying, because there's so many perspectives. I so appreciated hearing from you. It really, it was very important to me, and I realized I haven't really heard a student perspective so closely, coming right from their heart, talking about what it did for them, and I truly appreciate that. And that's what I would say. Just listen to everybody and connect all the perspectives and know Kai Stevens.
And Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
Thank you for being open-minded enough to allow this to continue, because if not in this lifetime, You will be blessed greatly.
So let's offer our appreciation to these two tall women. And now we have a break.
Hello, hello. Is this on? Everyone, we're going to get going again. If you want to come on in and have a seat. The conversation is good. I'm glad to see that energy. All right, we're moving into our next panel.
Good morning. Well, let us continue our discussion, and I will paraphrase our former speaker. Let us intentionally focus on the purpose of art expanding our consciousness within the context of Alabama for justice reform. With that said, our panel will expound upon perspectives for change. Our first panelist is Carol Potok, and she is the executive director of Aid to Inmate Mothers. She became the executive director of the nonprofit 21 years ago, and since that time, she has expanded the agency's services from solely visitation to offering rehabilitative education and re-entry assistance to women living in prison, leaving prison, as well as it is a transitional home for women leaving prison. Carol Potok. Our second panelist is Al Reed. Al has worked in the state arts field for over 43 years, beginning in 1972 with the Fine Arts Council of Florida and continuing on to become the executive director with the Stephen Foster Folk Life Center, the Louisiana Division of the Arts, and the Alabama State Council on the Arts. He has also served his home state of Alabama for the past 30 years as the council's director. Let us welcome Al Head. So we decided to take a different approach to this. So our approach is going to be intentionally conversational. But Carol, go ahead and I'll join you.
Good morning. Is my microphone working? Yes. Okay. Can't really tell from here. I'm really glad to be here today. I got a pretty good introduction. She gave you an interview, sort of an overview already on our programs. But I want to say that Aid to Inmate Mothers has been around for 31 years now. And I have been with the program myself for 21 of those 31 years. So I've seen a lot of changes, both in Department of Corrections, and we've been able to do a lot with our program. We started out as purely a visitation program for mothers in prison who were not able to see their children, mainly because of transportation. And so we organized a network of transportation to bring those kids down to see their moms once a month in a child-friendly visitation. And we still do that, actually. We've done that for 31 years now, every second Saturday of the month, and it's been a partnership, I would say, with Department of Corrections. You know, without their participation, there's no way that could happen, and so we are grateful to them for what they do and all the sacrifices they make to make that happen. But we've expanded since then. We do another program called Storybook. We bring out video cameras and a couple hundred children's books and allow the moms to sit down and make a videotape of themselves reading that book. And then we cut a DVD and put in titles and all that sort of thing and send that DVD and book off to the children. And that's once a month as well. And that is also thanks to our partnership with Department of Corrections. I'm grateful that they give us the access that we need to get to those women. We also do a lot of classes. We do mainly a reentry class called Project Reconnect. Now, Department of Corrections has recently expanded their classes, and we're very glad that they have because there's such a need for education. But we work on women that are, we work with women, not work on them. Sorry. Are getting close to release. We're talking about 2 years out. So trying to help them think about where they're going and why, and if that's the best decision, and what kind of halfway house or not halfway house, or, what are their life goals. Help them sort of think about what it might be like to go through a job interview and how you answer that question that is going to come up about the felony, and be prepared for that and be able to, talk about their good points. We have also been involved in prison arts in many, many ways. We had a play that we produced back in 1997 with the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, and the women wrote their own play in conjunction with a playwright. She was with the Southern Writers Project, and we went out and performed it in the community, and it was amazing. We went to the Shakespeare Festival, we went to high schools around the area, and it was such an amazing experience. It went on for a whole year, and then after that produced a lot of other play projects, and we haven't been doing one recently, but it was an amazing experience and so therapeutic for the women. I wanted to make a comment a little bit. I heard somebody say that that it helps with behavior, that, people want to, behave well so that they can go to the classes. I would say it also helps the people want to behave better because it helps, it's such a therapeutic outlet for people. It creates, some way for that healing to start, and they are just calmer people because they are able to participate in these classes. That makes a difference in that way as well. So it's not just so they can get the notebook and attend the class. It really has a healing effect. We also, in 2013, opened a group home, and it's kind of small. We're trying not to reinstitutionalize people. We do a lot of, intensive case management. What that can mean is somebody comes out, they don't have an ID. They don't have their social security card. They don't have a resume. They've never used the internet because you can't while you're locked up. And so, we try to take them from the very beginning and hopefully get them a job and get them up on their feet, and then they can go off into the community and be, live in permanent housing and hopefully go on with their lives. That's what we're about. We're very committed to the arts. I have to say I was there at the beginning with Kai's. Is my time up? Is that what that hand means? Okay. I said I could keep going on.
You're fine.
But we worked with Kai's at the very beginning, and I'm just I know she's been through some rocky years in terms of funding. We do think it's such an important program. So happy to see it, not just at Tutwiler, but in all the prisons, because everybody needs art. And art is for everybody, by the way. I don't think art is for artists. I think we're all artists in a way. And that is something that I'm just so happy to see it being brought to such a wide audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Al?
Okay, thank you. Let me begin by adding to the words of thanks to Kai's, words of thanks and praise for bringing this group together and having this this conversation, a really important conversation. And it occurs to me that I know a number of you out in the audience there over a number of years, and then there are also a lot of new faces and folks that I haven't met. Look forward to getting to know in the weeks and months ahead. But I think well, I don't want to be presumptuous that even most of you know about what the State Council on the Arts does and what it's about, and so I'll spend just a minute to give you a very quick overview there. We have been around for over 50 years, had an anniversary in 2016, 50th anniversary of the Council. What we are most known for is administering a statewide grants program. We receive a bit over $5 million from the state legislature and about $760,000 $65,000 from the National Endowment for the Arts, and we administer a statewide grants program that consists of funding about 220 different organizations and schools, and we make about 350 or 60 grants a year that range anywhere from $175,000, $180,000 down to $1,000. We have a very broad net in terms of what we fund. A lot of projects in visual arts, performing arts, literary arts, community arts, folk arts, arts and education, a very expansive arts and education program that I'll talk about a little bit later, but Diana Green is here, and our program manager for arts and education will tell you a lot more about that. But we have, again, been funding a number of projects over the years that are directly and indirectly involved with prison and the arts in one way or the other. And as part of our comprehensive long-range plan, we have a statement in there about our commitment to providing access to the arts for all Alabamians, and that includes those that are institutionalized and incarcerated. And we have had the opportunity to work with a lot of artists, a lot of arts organizations, a lot of individuals that are out there doing some really good work, and that leads me to wanting to make sure that you all are aware of some of the folks and some of the resources and opportunities that exist in the state, and want to point out, some of you know Armand DeKaiser. Armand is here and is director of the Alabama Humanities Foundation, and the Humanities Foundation, I'm on the board of the Humanities Foundation, but they also provide grants. They have had an initiative with prisons and done a really great job with that, but there are opportunities there for you to submit applications and have conversations with program folks there, and would encourage you to do that. You know, National Endowment for the Arts, which is a federal partner of ours. I think a lot of you are aware, most of you are aware that the endowment has been funding Kai's program, the Prison and the Arts program, here for a long time, and has been very committed to that. But the National Endowment for the Arts, the National Endowment for the Humanities are sources for you to think about, and Kai's has also been pretty successful in the foundation arena, and we need to take advantage of as many of these resources as we can, and so I'd urge you to do that. We have also, we have a number of partnerships with groups that we fund annually and work very closely with, and one that I want to mention this morning is with the Alabama Writers Forum. Jeannie Thompson out there, Jeannie Wave, is longtime director of the Writers Forum, and she is here today with Marlon Barton. Bart Barton, who is a teaching writer and a very accomplished writer in his own right, and Jeannie is a very accomplished poet also. But they have had a program working with the Department of Youth Services, Writing Our Stories, and publish an anthology every year, Open Door. And just yesterday out at Mount Meigs, and I have had the pleasure and privilege of sitting in on many of those over the years, but having these youthful offenders that are incarcerated for a period of time, but exposed to creative writing and being able to provide a voice to individuals who have a lot of challenges, to be able to sit and listen to them in a really creative personal way share their stories, much like the story that we heard, this morning. Everybody does have a story, and giving them an outlet and an avenue to share that is really important. And the Alabama Writers Forum has been doing a really good job of that for a long time, and would encourage you to talk to Jeannie and Bart about what they're doing. They can give you a lot of detail and information there. We have worked with a number of organizations with some smaller grants. We have 2 deadlines a year, one in June, one in September, but would really encourage you to strike up a dialogue with our program managers about some ideas that you may have. We would love to kind of have a conversation with you about things that I've often said a little bit of money at the right place at the right time can make a really big difference, and we've seen evidence of that over the years. So communicate with us. We would enjoy communicating with you all on ideas that you might have. I realize that today, being up here preaching to the audience a bit, or preaching to the choir a bit, and I think that what I want to sort of conclude my comments of saying, it's we're all here for a reason, and I think we all believe very strongly in what we're doing, but it really requires some leadership. It requires some persistence. It really requires us, getting out of the peanut gallery and getting in the arena and trying to make something happen. And that's often not easy, and it often doesn't happen quickly. But I think everybody in the room is in a position to do something, and there's some very compelling reasons for us to move into this area which has been neglected for far, far, far too long. And so pleasure to be here. I'm going to sit back and kind of be quiet a bit, but I really want to respond to questions that you all might have, or have a dialogue with you and share some perspective that hopefully would be useful. So.
Great, thank you. With that said, within the context of here, we had the opportunity to talk with a person who is dedicated, Al, dedicated to the effort of funding the arts for men, women, children who are in need. And then with Carol, who is working with aiding, if I can use your, the name of your organization, aiding inmate mothers. So when you think about that, Carol, if you would, please, before we open up to the audience, if you would, can you share maybe a story or two of your experience?
Yeah, I'd like to point out, although our name is Aid to Inmate Mothers, we help the women in general. We do focus on, some of the programs really focus on the mothers, and that's, our visitation is our signature program, but we have certainly widened out our mission since then. Well, one story I could tell is a couple of years ago, we collect Christmas presents for the children of women that are in prison to distribute during the holidays, and it's generally donated. And I went to one agency to pick up some Christmas presents a few years ago, and they had so many that I couldn't carry them out to the car, and a very nice woman asked if I needed help, and of course I did, so I said yes. And so as we were walking out to the car, she said, "I was in your visitation program 25 years ago." She is now an accountant, and she heads a department of 20 people, and she had a child in the program. In fact, we use that picture still. And she said that child's in California, a pediatrician. So, I mean, those are the stories that make me feel like we're making a difference and that it's all worth it.
Great, thank you. Let us begin with questions.
Do you know of any similar programs for fathers in men's prison where they can also be videotaped and read stories or be in contact with children in the same way, in the same capacity where you were?
I get that question a lot. We're very small. We have limited money, and we have to stick to what we do, or we wouldn't be able to help the ones we do help. I wish there were. I know there's a lot of need in the men's prisons as well. I'm happy that the arts program is reaching out, at least to the men. But yeah, there's certainly a need. It's a little bit more complicated because there's so many more men's prisons than there are women's.
Yes.
I promise this will not be a theme of me interrupting all things. I just want to make an observation and a comment. Aid to Inmate Mothers and the Alabama State Council for the Arts invested in an idea 16 years ago. And their investment in an idea and in a person is actually what allowed this program to come to fruition. And so what I would like to encourage us as individuals in the room, we must invest in each other. We must help each other. We cannot work against each other. It's not a competition. And I think the more we are able to cross over what we see as boundaries, we realize that we don't have to have those boundaries and that we can accomplish much more working together. So I would like to say thank you to Carol and Al for all their years of support.
Yes, sure.
I also wanted to say that we have another art program going on. It's a folk art program, and we've done at the women's facility. Right now it's on hold, but I have a couple of women here that were very involved with the folk art program, and one of the things that they've been able to do is take that and run with it. So they're home now, but they are still creating art and making money off it. So it can be something that you not only do as a therapeutic thing while you're locked up, but then when you go home, you can use those skills to do a little side job. It might not be your only job, but make a little money on the side. So I don't know if Lynn or Leslie has anything they'd like to add. But I'd hate to call you out, right?
What would you say to, I'd like to hear more about any suggestions, recommendations for persons who would want to provide more art and they need more funding for the men, women, and youth?
Well, I would like to encourage all of you to really seek out partnerships and also establish relationships with a wide range of arts organizations in your community that have resources and that I think have a real willingness and desire to work with you on developing programs, engaging in an initiative that involve incarcerated individuals. But Peter Prince, who's here, who's director of Space 111 in Birmingham, works with contemporary artists on a regular basis, not only in Birmingham, but around the state, but also has a really great after-school program in the afternoon, working with young people, and we talk about mothers and fathers and issues there that we're all somewhat aware of. But there are some alternatives that have been developed with Space 111 for kids to come and be very engaged in activities, after school, where typically idle time can cause folks to get in trouble, and yet these positive alternatives are something that can be established, and we would hope that you would look for opportunities in your community to work with artists and arts organizations to accomplish some of the things that you may be struggling with a bit. But I think you'll find a group of individuals and sort of organizations that would really enjoy sitting down with you, kind of planning and talking about different possibilities. And then, in terms of partnerships, there are agencies like ours and the Humanities Foundation that would enjoy having a conversation with you and providing some resources. Might be very small to begin with, that might grow over time, but these things don't happen unless you're willing to kind of make a call or send an initial email or something like that. You've got to kind of meet us halfway on these things, and if we'll do that, we can get some exciting things going, I believe.
Speaking of communicating, do we have more questions? Yes.
Thank you to the panel. I just wanted to sort of make a comment to El-Head, to thank you for the vision and leadership for funding the program, because I think we all know how important it is when an organization such as important as Alabama State Council on the Arts funds something. It shows other organizations and other organizations and institutions that it has value. And I wonder if you could talk about how your vision in supporting the program came to be. Did you feel like it was a risk, or how you made the decision, how you saw that as important to the state?
I don't think we have ever viewed it as a risk. I think we viewed it as something that is really part of what we should be doing to reach all segments of the population with our program and with assistance that we provide. I also think that we're all able to identify needs, and we look for ways to bridge needs with resources. Again, we've worked with some really creative and bright and committed and dedicated folks who really have seen different needs around the state, such as the topics we're talking about today, and kind of we should do something here, and to not do anything at all seems pretty irresponsible, and so it seems like the right thing to do for the right reason, and to have put some resources and money in place behind a lot of good intentions, and gee, wouldn't this be nice? You got to do a little bit more than say, gee, wouldn't this be nice? So we've been working at it for a pretty good while, and I also want to comment a little bit on our funding. Government support and state funding in this context, we really hope to encourage the private sector to support programs like this, foundation support, and if our call it a good housekeeping seal of approval on a program with a little bit of funding from our end can help organizations and individuals raise other dollars, that's a large part of what we're about. It's part of that public-private partnership that we want to stimulate and that we want to support and encourage. So anyway, we have over the years taken a very inclusive approach to supporting the arts, as opposed to a more narrow, these are the fine arts and that's what we're going to fund and not anything else. We think that a much broader approach to that is how a public agency ought to be viewing our charge and our mission.
Thank you for sharing. And Carol, would you talk more, can you give suggestions to the audience of how they can go forth? We had a question with regards to the possibility of maybe having a program for inmate fathers. What are your thoughts about expanding?
Well, as far as art programs?
Yes.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm the one to ask about that. Kais would probably know much more than I do.
Not in the context of arts programs, but aid to, you have the aid.
Other kinds of programs
Right.
for the men. Well, you know, we're a nonprofit, and so I think that, you know, the prisons are really begging for programs to come and help them. I think the men, because there's so many men in the system, I think the opportunities are wide open. There's just so many things you can do with very little money, too. I mean, you could do an exercise program, you can do yoga, you can do a meditation program. All of those help people a lot, you know, in their coping skills. Prison is a really, really noisy place. I see our warden from Tutwiler, and she knows what I'm talking about, because you hear the doors clanging and you hear the PA crackling, making announcements, and people are shouting. And, you know, it can be a really nerve-wracking place. And, you know, if you just go in and do an exercise program or a meditation program, or my colleague Flip, who talked about some of the programs she's doing at Birmingham, is just a simple thing like bringing in recorded books so that you can put on a set of headphones and get away from the noise and just chill out for a minute. I think that it doesn't take a lot of money. You know, in the end, you're going to have staff, because I think volunteers burn out and sometimes can't be, not all volunteers, okay. But it's good to have staff if you can. So I think there's money out there to be had. I think you got to start small and grow it from there.
Yes.
In the interest of sort of dialogue exchange here, if I could kind of reverse things a bit and ask Jeannie Thompson, I don't think I did justice exactly to the program. And Jeannie, if you could just share in a few minutes, and I'm not worried about putting Jeannie on the spot. She's really good at articulating her programs.
Why did you give me the microphone,
I've done this before. So Jeannie, but if you could share with the group, you know, what you all do and what you did yesterday, I think it would be valuable information that would kind of spark other dialogue with questions for folks with you later on today.
Okay, well, thank you, and I know we're close on time. First of all, I want to say one thing before that, which is that we are an example of what Al was talking about, just as Kais is an example, and Aid to Inmate Mothers is an example, is that an idea that somebody had, which in this case, in my case, was to help raise the consciousness and activity of Alabama literary arts, came in contact with somebody who could help us realize that dream. And so the Alabama Writers Forum and the Alabama Prison Arts and Education Project and Aid to Inmate Mothers and many other programs came about because somebody was tenacious enough and driven enough to go find somebody like Al Head who could bring resources. So this is my testimonial that if you're a believer in what you do, then it's on you to go and find the person who's a believer in helping you. And it's out here in Alabama. And for our visitors from out of state, I would like to say that Alabama is very good at this. We're very good at this, and I'm really proud of what we do. And a lot of that is because we had leadership like Al. But I'm not going to go there, okay? So, but Al had, and Armin also, great leadership. Okay, so what we do, 1 minute, we, the Alabama Writers Forum, a nonprofit arts organization, partner with a state agency, the Alabama Department of Youth Services, much like the collaboration that you're hearing about today. And in our case, we have a relationship with the state agency that is charged with taking care of incarcerated youth. And our role there is to go into the school and do creative writing classes in the school. So if any of you are old enough to remember the 70s, the All Poetry in the Schools program. That's what this is modeled on. And after 9 months of creative writing classes, we published an anthology. And really, I have to say that the work that happens there, the creative writing work that happens, is only surpassed at the level of something like the Alabama School of Fine Arts for the amount of intense work that happens. So yesterday, I heard about, was it 12 young men read poems that they had written under the, with the instruction of a fine writer. And it was really, really good poetry. It was really good. It was really fine. And I'm not saying that because, they're mine. I'm saying that as a teacher of creative writing and a poet for many, many years, I know a good poem when I hear one. And those young guys are going to go out, and now when they go back to their school, or maybe they've gotten their GED and they go home and they go straight into a junior college, they have a leg up. They have incredible writing skills. They have incredible self-confidence. That's another part that the arts, another thing we could put on the wall, self-confidence, that you can walk into an interview or you can walk into somebody that you might feel trepidation about and speak to them. So although our kids are not quite facing the same things as the adults, they're still young people who are making that transition when they come out, and we don't want them to be in adult corrections. And so we feel like we've given them this, and that's what art gives. And so the last thing I'll say is that we have a culture of art centered around creative writing in the youth facility in Alabama. And much like everybody was talking here about the relationship between the director of, DOC, we have the same relationship with DYS. And this can happen in many other ways. It could happen with theater. It could happen with music. So if any of you are interested in those areas, partner up. And thank you for giving me that opportunity, Al. Thank you.
Okay, Carol, thank you.
And one more point, just about starting programs. There was an idea brought up about doing peer-led classes. That costs nothing. You can train people in the prisons, to do the classes, and it can increase the number of people you reach exponentially, and that doesn't cost much.
Thank you. Is there another question before we end our session? With that said, please, Al has stated that we're basically preaching to the choir today, but we have ideas, we have opportunities to find out more about funding, so please let us be intentional about talking to each other as we continue this work together. And before we end, Al, would you please, you mentioned before about communicating, so can you share how can persons get in contact with you in the same?
We have a website, we have phones, we have, emails, and we are about as easy to get in touch with as, we're based in Montgomery in the RSA Tower, and, give us a call and we'll start the communication line going. But let me conclude by saying thank you for all you guys are doing. We know that y'all are the ones making a whole lot of things happen, and we recognize that and appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Carol?
Well, we start with A2, so we probably come up even before you do on the internet looking us up. We have, of course, phones, and reaching us by email is very easy, probably the best way. We have a website. So we would love to hear from anybody that has any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. So if you would please stay in your seats, and Amari Booker is going to join us to lead us in the conversation about his work regarding community building through and social change through the arts. And I have to say this personally, I just recognize the world is small. So I've heard Amari Booker. I didn't have the opportunity to talk to him, but I know that he's going to be amazing because I'm also involved in a project at the Vanderbilt School of Divinity regarding public theology and racial justice. And Amari, when you hear about his work and you hear his story, you will understand even more why we need to be working together. So
please, you got to stay on the edge of your seats. The next session is going to be great. Thank you.
So Amari really doesn't need the booster here. I'm gonna mimic what Joan just said. I heard Omari speak and got a chance to have a conversation with him a few years ago, and he was an individual that never got out of my mind because of how art became action, right? That you can take something that you love and make it an action and a contribution. So when we started planning this conference, I was like, I wonder if Omari would come. And then I maybe slightly pestered him a little bit. So we are super glad that he came down from Tennessee to join us today, and you are going to be, you're going to get a treat. So thank you.
Well, I tell you, I have a lot to live up to now. But it is definitely a pleasure to be here with you today, and I just want to mimic that thanks to Kai's and to all the staff, Connor and Corey and everyone in Alabama that's helped this come together. It's important. You know, the choir is important. You know, they sing every Sunday because we got to go live Monday through Saturday. So I think this is really, really an important time for us to give each other a shot in the arm and go back out and do the work that we've been doing and that we're going to continue to do, because this is our life. You know, if we wanted to do something to make a ton of money or to make people happy, we'd be doing something different. So we're here because this means something to all of us, and yeah, I'm grateful that I can share the space with you a little bit. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my personal story, and the majority of this will be the discussion and a back and forth between me and you, and I'd like to hear your questions and comments, and we'll have some artwork that we'll go through a couple of slides and kind of discuss how art has also been such a amazing thing in my life, something that I really couldn't live without, I don't think. Yeah. So my journey with art and with education, and I'll talk about sort of 3 stages of my life. One is pre-incarceration, and one is during, and then now, which is post-incarceration. So pre-incarceration, I didn't have a lot of exposure to artwork. I took my first art class my senior year of high school and definitely loved it, but did not see it as a career path. I saw it more as something that could maybe be a hobby or that I like to do, but I didn't know what I would do with it. So I went on to be a math major, and believe it or not, I played a little basketball at Belmont in Nashville, Tennessee, and that was kind of the path that I was on for a couple of years. At 19, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and that year, the criminal justice system entered my life kind of as mental illness entered. It was sort of simultaneous with some smaller marijuana convictions and trespassing, just small, petty things. And so fast forward, I dealt with that diagnosis for a little while. My big sister, Damali Booker, she passed away when I was 22, and that was something else that had a pretty profound impact. And you'll see another slide with the 2 of us. I recently had the opportunity to paint a mural of us down in Nashville. So that was kind of a little bit of the art and the education. I mean, I definitely was exposed to school. I was exposed to higher education. I wasn't exposed to a passion, so something that I really, really knew that I wanted to do, that woke me up every day, that got me to class on time, that kept me awake in class after 6 a.m. practices and then practice after school, et cetera. So that was kind of the entering into a period of life when I was incarcerated. And in my later 20s, I received a 15-year prison sentence. It was for a drug possession. And I did 3.5 of the 15 years and came home and began creating artwork pretty much addictively. And while I was gone, I also did a ton of drawing, a little bit of painting with some of the tools that I got from guys who had been locked up since the dark ages. You know, they kept their old temper paints, and you know, you trade them some snacks, they'll give you some paints and some things that aren't still offered in the system in Tennessee. But I did a ton of artwork while I was gone, a lot of writing also, some creative writing, and had the opportunity to work in a program, to take classes through a program called the Initiative. And I think it's called the Higher Education Initiative, which brings correspondence classes, college classes to inmates in Tennessee. And so that was my higher education exposure while I was incarcerated. And even though probably half of the classes that I took I had already taken, it was still incredibly influential just to have some segues, some light, really. So it wasn't even art classes, it was speech, it was English, it was religion, but it gave a sense of purpose and a sense of humanity in a space where that wasn't happening every day. And it really, there was a huge influence on not only me, but my other classmates and the culture of the prison. When you look at the culture of a college campus, I think anyone in corrections, the commissioner and anyone else would want their institution, would want the prison to have a culture of learning, of togetherness, of, no, we're not gonna do that, we're gonna go to class because we wanna get, and it's not even necessarily about the grades, it's about the privilege of learning. And so I think that was something that had a huge impact on the other inmates that took the classes while they were there and the ones that have been released. And in paying attention to where the guys that were in my class and the guys that were in the program have ended up since, the recidivism has been extremely low. I don't have the specific numbers, but very few have gone back, and a lot have gone on to either finish school or at least have that introduction so they can enter society with a level of more of an equal playing field. And so those were some of the things that were happening while I was gone. When I did come home after working for, well, I guess the work never stopped, so still working, but working a number of different jobs, I started creating artwork full-time and joined the board of representatives for the organization that brings the classes to the prisons in Tennessee. And I'm still serving on that board, and it's been a blessing to kind of see graduations happen inside of prisons, and we actually had cap and gowns and food and family, and definitely that level of humanity when people are exposed to the reality that, you know, I'm more than just an inmate, I'm more than just a number, I'm more than just whatever my nickname is, because no one is called. Anyone who spent time in corrections knows you're not called by your government name, you're whatever your nickname is. You're Ratchet, you're whatever, you're 6, you're 5, you're whatever the gang affiliation is. So to have that, and so these guys were really proud to be students, to be graduates, and they walked through not only the compound, but then would walk through life with a different level of just sense of self and integrity in it. And it was transformative. You can see it. I mean, I know anyone who has seen it can see it. So after returning home, there was, of course, the challenges that come when you're released. And I guess one story of some financial difficulty is I was issued, everyone who has a certain sentence is issued food stamps when they get home. So I was issued food stamps, and there was about 2 years worth. And at the end of the 2 years, I got a letter that stated that because I had a drug felony that had to do with a sale, I I wasn't supposed to be issued those, and so I'm still paying them back. So currently paying back what was issued on top of supervision fees. And so definitely if you're not in a certain situation, and I had tons of community support, family support, but I know a lot of people that didn't, that those could be make or break things when they come home. So yeah, so we're gonna get into the slides a little bit. Again, I'm really grateful. I'm grateful to be here. I think a lot more will come up as we look at the images, because visual communication is kind of my thing. So I'm gonna begin flipping through these. Let's see. Oh, thanks. I think I turned that thing off. So it's a series of pieces, so there are 4 total. Miriam Wright Edelman purchased this series, and it's at the Children's Defense Fund in DC, and the title is Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. And it's, as I was looking at the reality that 1 in 3 black men born today will be incarcerated, that felt like a game of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Like, if I'm sitting here with 3 buddies, and I've done it, where it's like, even if I'm not one of the 3, it's pretty staggering how often, if it's 3 black men, 1 of them have been on probation, parole, incarcerated at some point in life. So this was going through ages. I have 3 kids that live in my neighborhood, the neighborhood that I work, not the neighborhood where I live, but where I work and spent a lot of time growing up. And the 4th image is a mirror, where I painted the cell on a mirror. So as you're going through that progression, you can see yourself as one of those kids or as one of those people that are incarcerated. And that, for me, that changed everything in my life. I wasn't on a track of the stereotypical, I didn't get in trouble as youth, 2-parent home, went to college, all the stuff that, yet and still, that's where I ended up. And after being in the system, there was no way that I could see what was going on and not work to help shift that. This is it's a door. So it's a door that came out of some housing in North Nashville. And on one side of the street is public housing. On the other side, where it says Worthen Packing, that is the Worthen Lofts. I just think it's a very interesting intersection where that door was taken out of housing that had been torn down in that neighborhood. And as the neighborhood shifts and gentrifies, you kind of see some of the effects on certain areas when there is that huge disparity of wealth. This is called My Dad Went to Harvard, because my dad went to Harvard. And yeah, I think when we discuss like processing trauma and processing what you go through just growing up, and that's for everybody. That's not a black man thing, white man thing, woman. That's everybody. You don't get to be an adult without going through something, and it's not one thing. It's multiples. But this was painted probably a year ago, and it's from memory of a 6th grade fight on the playground where a kid called me a nigger. We got in a fight, and I think during the fight he spit on the sweatshirt. May have been before I think actually it was before the fight. I think the fight ensued after the spit. But But yeah, I remember that stain and how it didn't come out of that sweatshirt. Like even after I washed it, it didn't come out. And I think just that reality of not dealing with issues and issues that can directly affect self-esteem, as we talked about earlier, without kind of having that sense of self and maybe still dealing with things that you were dealing with as a kid, it's hard to move through that as an adult, and art has given me a way to process and to look at a lot of those, it's just some of those childhood issues. Me and my big sister, my mom dressed us up to take a picture because we didn't have anywhere to go, but she wanted a picture of us in nice clothes. And so that's a mural that's in Nashville of Damali and I, and it's actually on the street that is sort of the corridor between the neighborhood where you saw those kids and kind of the neighborhood where Vanderbilt University and Charlotte is. I mean, some kids are just so cute you got to throw in there. You know, there's no reason. But yeah, he's working on a mural with us in Nashville also. So yeah, some other kids working on their neighborhood is across the street from a mural that we were working on, and they were throwing the football and came out and did some painting. And I know we've talked some about proximity and just about being close to the people and the neighborhoods and the issues, and that's been just a really, really important part of the work that I've been able to do, is just have relationships and talk about music or sports, or, I mean, it may not even necessarily be art, but to just have people close enough where you can see what they're going through and kind of hear a little bit more of what their experiences are, what their needs might be, and hopefully if you can't give direct assistance, you can at least help them find it. The 98-year-old woman who was doing a painting class, and just also another, in community building and in finding just opportunities to work with people that are close. These are two doors from that same neighborhood, and the door on top is a house in the background. The foreground is, of course, a man that was sleeping on the bench. And I just always just thought that it was such a interesting dynamic to have vacant houses and people sleeping on benches. This house is not for sale. A sign that a woman put up in her front yard after she was tired of getting the letters to buy her house. She just put a sign up and said, "This house is not for sale." So, oops. Yeah, for colored only. This is more just art as a tool for social change, and how those images, like I remember seeing the civil rights images from the 60s and 70s, and how once the images were broadcast nationwide and worldwide, change was more likely to occur. It's kind of along the same lines. I'm going to take a minute to talk about Cap. I gotta talk about him for. I can't let it go without talking about Cap for a second. This was painted way before this was while he was still kneeling and everything was still happening with the NFL and et cetera. And I mean, everyone that takes a stand for social change, in their lifetime pretty much, I mean, they kind of end up in the crosshairs. The guys at the '68 Olympics were not looked at the way they're looked at today. Muhammad Ali wasn't looked at as he's looked at today. Colin Kaepernick, of course, wasn't looked at a year and a half ago the way he was on the Nike commercial. But as someone that was incarcerated, I'm looking at it as this guy's a multimillionaire. And from what he said, and what he was doing, he was taking that stance and taking that knee for people like me. Like, I didn't have any choice whether I stood up or kneeled down if there was an anthem when you're incarcerated. 2023 will be the year that I'm actually not incarcerated. I'm not in prison, but I'm on parole, and as a parolee, you're still a part of the system. So yeah, the sacrifices that people take, that it's not about them. You could have easily kept chucking that football and making that money. So art for social change, that was something that was really important to me. That may have been oops. Okay, yeah. The Black Lives Matter movement. Something else that I think race can't be omitted as a huge part of what's going on in the system. That's just, we're kidding ourselves if we don't look at race as a part of that. And when I did these paintings and put actual toe tags with an All Lives Matter period on one and the All Lives Matter question mark on the other, that's kind of what I was speaking to. And the All Lives Matter movement came up after the Black Lives Matter movement began, and the question was just, is there a question? Do we ever have to question, does a white life matter? And from my perspective, not in the same way, not in the same way. So that question of do Black Lives matter, and how are Black people treated in the system, and there's always responsibility, there's always personal responsibility, and I preach that to those kids. I tell those kids, like, it's up to you to survive the system. It's up to us to change the system. And when you're in it, you got to do what you got to do, and you've got to adhere by the right things, et cetera. And then we have to push the envelope and work on the laws and work on the arts programs that are happening on the inside, and everything that we can possibly do to make it as fair of a place as we can, and fair with the understanding that those kids are coming up in a completely different reality from some of the kids that have more, there. And so some things might have to be adjusted to find a way to get them to end up in a somewhat equal place. So that's my time in the pulpit, and I appreciate the congregation. I will be passing the plate. But please, let's discuss, and if there are any images that you would like to go back to, that you had a question about, or would like to respond to a specific image, please do. And any question of me, I'm wide open, yeah.
Hello, thank you. I wrote my question down.
Nice.
So I'm a transient student here in Auburn, and I sort of find myself wrestling with my privilege as a student in higher ed and a member of many of these minority communities. I want to get proximate to disenfranchised people in this city, but I also want to be respectful that I'm probably going to leave this city when I graduate. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to know if you had any advice for how to enter these spaces respectfully and honor the work that's already being done, but also join in, if you had any advice.
Yeah, I think my advice would be to enter humbly, but to enter, If there's a community center, if there's a church, if you know someone doing it, and I would say that to you as a Black woman, but I also would say that to every white member of the audience, like, don't not go because it's not your space. This is a petri dish, like, we're all in this. And so from the head from the commissioner down to the lowest ranking CO to the head gangster and the head vice lord in the prison, they all have a different level of power in their different dynamic, and they all have to be a part. And so I would just say, don't let that let you not go. I mean, I've personally gotten that kind of backlash from people saying, well, you are from a privileged background. How do you have the right to speak on that issue? And it's like, somebody's got to, like, the reality is the voice of the people that are there may not get heard. Your voice might get heard. So if it's for 2 years and then you're in New York, then that's a great 2 years. You might spark some 13-year-old girl who's going to stay there forever. So yeah, just go, show up. Yeah, and if they say you're not supposed to be here, say, I would like to be, if you will allow.
I don't remember which image it is, but could you speak more about the visual images and the civil rights? Yeah, that one and the one before it.
Yeah, I guess for me, this image really came from the reality of how close those issues are. And I mean, I've got a dad who's from Franklin, Tennessee, from Williamson County, who went to a segregated school in his lifetime and saw Klan rallies in his lifetime. So I think the myth with probably my generation, and even a generation that's now coming up behind me, is that this stuff is ancient history, and it's just not. You know, it's really, really, yeah, there's tons and tons and tons of people that have lived through that experience, and for me, the responsibility is to push it one more step. You know, there is not I don't think there's any end in sight as far as equality goes, but there's people that have paved that way and really gone through things that are so much more difficult than anything that I could have to experience. And so yeah, so that's that piece. And the other is, that's my little cousin who grew up in Trinidad. My dad's from the States, my mom's from Trinidad. And this was just when he was dressed up as Superman. This was definitely his fist and their fists were not in the same vein, but I thought the image really worked together. And we do look at our athletes as superheroes. And that's when you look at a LeBron James or some of the athletes that have started taking stances in social issues, and Colin Kaepernick's, those are people that are looked up to because of how they play sports, but the possibility for them to move the social needle is huge because of their influence. This is the same young man, my little cousin, and it's called "If I Grow Up?" ? And when I saw him in a police officer's uniform in Trinidad, I kind of had this like, ugh, no offense to the law enforcement in the room, but I think yeah. So, but I had that kind of that reaction, and I mean, in Trinidad, it's just a different experience. There, for one, race doesn't play a part in policing there, and so he was just a police officer for one of the days of Carnival that he dressed up. That was just, and so to juxtapose that with the black male experience in the United States and how law enforcement can give you that really difficult feeling. That's what that piece was about. And speaking of law enforcement, I'm not sure if we may have lost the commissioner, but if he is here, which he may not be, I'm going to talk about him anyway. I am grateful for the members of corrections that are here and the people that are coming in from. I just think it's really difficult to sometimes be in spaces where, for better or worse, you know that the finger's going to kind of be pointing at you, and that's not an easy place to be. And all of the programs that we do in Nashville, where we have these courses in prisons and arts programs and et cetera, nothing goes into that city without the commissioners and without the corrections officers and without, so I'm definitely grateful for their part in that too.
One up towards the front.
Thank you for coming from Tennessee.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you could tell us more about your current role. What are you doing in the community, and how does your art practice relate to it?
Yeah. Well, currently it's a lot of art making and a lot and some teaching. And so there's a couple of different organizations, the Oasis Center, which is in Nashville, that does a lot of youth outreach programs. I also teach at University School of Nashville, which is kind of an interesting dynamic that it's, I can teach there because it's a private school where Metro Public Schools with a record and still being on parole, there's a kind of a level of clearance that a private school can just say, sure, we want you here, we'll vouch for you if anything happens. And so some of it is teaching and doing some of that community work, and a lot of it is making artwork and exhibiting and having conversations in spaces where sometimes these issues may not be discussed. And so yeah, but definitely a big part of it is teaching and just working with young people. And as much as I think it's really important to be proximate and work with young people that are in less privileged situations, it's also really important to go and speak to the ones that are in privileged situations. And the reality is, within this next 20-year, 10-year, span, the ones at those elite institutions are going to make those, can make a lot of decisions that can greatly sway how the movement moves. So yeah, a lot of it's working with young people. And then the initiative, and that's with the adult prison system in Nashville also. Yeah. So the initiative is the program that I was in, which brings college courses to inmates in Tennessee, and serving on that board, and also speaking with funders and that kind of thing to try to bring, just try to bring awareness to that organization, because it is 100% a nonprofit. But it is, part of our funding does come from the Department of Corrections in the state of Tennessee. So part of it is the work to continue to keep classes in prisons in Tennessee, and also to have, to go to other parts of the state, where we open classes in West Tennessee, and there's still classes in Nashville and potentially East Tennessee. So yeah.
I understand that you serve on the board. So do you actually go back into the prison and work with the people, with the young men that were like you?
I have before, not a lot, and it can be a bit trickier getting back in as a inmate currently. Sort of, but what I have been able to do more of is work with the guys that have gotten out, and sort of working that transition period of networking, finding a job, finding housing, and so that's
probably given. Do you see that that's giving them hope and inspiration from you telling your story, and then working with them and being able to help them? Do you find that it helps them to be? I work with children who are incarcerated. Well, they're in a detention facility, so I wouldn't so much call it incarcerated. But I noticed that there are certain people, when they visit, it makes an impact. Certain people don't make an impact.
Absolutely. I think that it does. I think that it does make a difference to the guys that, the main thing you say to your buddy when he gets out is, hey, I don't want to see you back. That's what, and so when they see that you're, we have a Facebook group with all the guys that have gotten out in the past few years, and you see that everyone's, is out and doing well, and they've reunited with their families and raising their kids, and I think all the things that everyone in society would want an ex-offender to be doing, it's definitely inspirational. And I think there's a lot of confidence among inmates when they're there. It's like, I think everyone leaves with good intentions, and then there can be just these barriers that can seem unsurmountable. But education is huge, because it gives you for one thing, it's a network, and so much of how we all probably got our jobs was someone that we knew, whatever our network was. And when you go to school and you have a network of teachers and a network of other students and those students' parents. One of the part-time jobs that I have is through someone who started the program through her mother, who her mother just got old enough where she didn't want to do this like kind of traveling job, and so it's a seasonal thing that I do. And so yeah, it's important to not have the same network when you come home as when you went in. I mean, if you know what's a drug dealer going to do with a network of drug dealers, and when you don't have any money, it's kind of yeah.
I've got one more quick question as we close this out, and you just created the most beautiful segue for that. So you're in a room with a bunch of people who are involved in higher education, and from your position of taking college classes on the inside and then also now being on the board, what do you see as the ways that higher education can further develop what they are already doing on the inside?
Yeah, I think it can just open mental doors. There's a very limited amount of opportunity, like a limited amount of what your possibilities are when you're incarcerated and when you come home, and there may be trades, or you might learn to cook, or you might learn to work on cars, or a diesel mechanic, and those are all great things. Like, the world needs all of that. How many have kids in here? Show of hands. So I would guess one of the main things you say to your kids is, do well in school, pay attention. This is the thing that can make you. And so why wouldn't you tell an inmate the same thing when they're coming out in the world as a kid, basically? Like, when you're starting over. If you go to jail for 2 weeks, you lost everything. Your house, your girlfriend, your car, you're starting completely over. And so imagine after years of that, it's a no-brainer that education would be the thing that, yeah, we give it to the rest of society. It's like it's the main thing on every voting poll, it's the thing that we know, if nothing else separates us, if nothing else kind of levels the playing field, it is that. So for these people that are really starting off at a pretty marked disadvantage, I think it's just a no-brainer that education is something that you would give them. And then arts is again, I mean, dealing with your issues, being able to shout and scream and cry and get all of the stuff out through a creative outlet can mean wonders. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much.
That's the oldest. In the middle, and that's the baby. Yeah. They are. So they're burglar bars that came out of some of the housing that was torn down in the same neighborhood where they live.
Omari, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we break for lunch, I'm going to hand this microphone to Alma, and she is going to explain in just a couple of minutes the purpose for our table discussions.
Let's thank Kais again for putting this together. He is such a force. And your wonderful team. I came across an African proverb recently that I wanted to share. Thank you. Here it is. I got it. Thank you. This was in context of a writing assignment that I had recently. I am part of the class of 1969 from Middlebury College. 69? All right. Vintage year. Emphasis on vintage. And so I had to scratch my brain to think about for this autobiography, which was the writing exercise. We've heard a lot about writing today and self-esteem and confidence and what happened to me during those years in Vermont. And so the woman and I kept going back and forth editing this one-page piece. You would have thought I was writing for the Dalai Lama or somebody. But anyway, but I kept seeing her tagline in her address, and it was this African proverb that I hadn't heard before. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Isn't that the truth? So here we are today collaborating on so many different levels. I've known Kais through this work for 4 or 5 years at our national conferences, and we're trying to build a service organization for artists who work in corrections all across the country. You'll hear more about that later. But what we want you to do during these breakout groups, and there is a list, table topics, just check that out now, because you're going to get your lunch and then go to a table. And there are tags on all the tables in the dining room. Think about where you want to make a connection and reach out to others who are interested in the same topic. And if you came with 3 people, encourage your group to divide up and go to different topics, because they're all related. Evaluation is related to program development and pathways for change and so forth. And there will be facilitators and people taking notes at each table, which will go into our final report and will be shared with our other colleagues around the country. But more important than that is that you may develop some ideas for partnerships, for ways that you can work with others, for how you might find resources together for advocacy or for program development or for other kinds of collaboration around the state of Alabama. I am so impressed with what is already going on here, and look forward to more great things in the future, some of which will be birthed today. I'm quite confident of that. So thank you for the opportunity, Kais, to work with you and to get to know all of you. Looking forward to more. Thanks.
Lunch is in the gallery. Thank you. All right, you guys, we're going to get going with our next panel. Come on in, take a seat. This is like herding cats right now, isn't it? Everybody's amped up.
Who's going first?
I think Terrell is going to go first.
Okay. Did he say he has slides?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Of course, we need Terrell. His phone is here, so he couldn't have gone far. There he is. Well, welcome back after lunch. The level of conversation at your tables seems like a good sign that people were engaged, making good connections. Amazing partnerships and ideas happened at our table with folks that I've known for years, and it's because we hadn't had a chance to sit together like that. This community building theme, I think, is really important. I am filling in for Donna Russell, who has the plague. So I will be a faux moderator for this panel. We're not going to need much of a moderator, but very happy to introduce Terrell Blunt from the Vera Institute of Justice, colleague, friend, great speaker. He's going to have a lot of things to say to you.
Thank you, Kaz, for the introduction. You have no shame in putting pressure on people. But good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and the programs thus far. A lot of fruitful information and conversations happening and very needed, in the state. So again, my name is Terrell Blunt, Program Associate at the Vera Institute of Justice in New York City. And today we'll be discussing Second Chance Pell Program and, the current state of education in prisons in the country, and then also specifically as it applies to Alabama, and also some of the subjects that came up in how to talk about or discuss this topic with people in the public. So I will jump right into this. So the Vera Institute of Justice, really quickly, we're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization based in New York City. We have offices sprinkled in New Orleans, DC, and Los Angeles. And we basically, work to make the correction system and also prior to, incarceration, closing that front door, but then also making sure that, reentry services are helping people who are coming home from prison, but then also making communities safer. So we really try to focus on all facets of the justice system. And the part that I work on is just a small portion or department of the entire organization. We have departments that work on like the bail system, jails, fines and fees, immigration, women and children, women and girls. There's different parts that we work on within our center, and it's all to ensure a safer and just criminal justice system. So as I mentioned, my small part within the organization is working on post-secondary education and corrections, and we call it EAPS for short. It's expanding access to PSE. And the largest project that we have to date is the Second Chance Pell pilot. And that was introduced in 2016 under the Obama administration. And it allows colleges to teach incarcerated students in state and federal facilities through the use of Pell Grants. And just a quick, historical backdrop, Pell Grants were accessible to incarcerated people at one point up until 1994 when there was a congressional ban on people being able to access those. There is a common belief that all incarcerated people are not allowed to use Pell Grants, but it's only limited to those who are in state and federal correctional facilities. Those who are in jails, local jails or county jails, or those who are youth and are in juvenile facilities can access Pell Grants. However, there isn't too many places where it makes sense to run a college program in a jail, because jail is for short stay, right? You go there when you're first arrested, you might bail out. For those who can't bail out, some may be there for 2 years until they're sentenced to state time, but more often than not, people are not there long enough to stay for an entire semester. You have the exception of Louisiana, because they have such an overpopulated prison system, state prison system. They have people in jails, a lot of men in jails, and they call them local jails. They're not counties, because in Louisiana there's parishes. So their local jails have lots of people who are serving state time. So they have community colleges that teach people inside, and they can get certificates or degree programs. But there's some other structures that we could probably talk about at a later time that if the right policymakers and legislators are involved, and correction administrators, you could create a step-down program. If people are really progressive and want to offer post-secondary educational opportunities, you can create a step-down program where people who are nearing the end of their sentence, if you want to utilize Pell Grants, they can be released to a jail, and you can have a section in that jail where a community college can come in and teach. But we can, if y'all interested in that, you know, we could definitely talk about that later. I see some smiles in the audience right now. So Second Chance Pell, it allows 65 colleges in 27 different states to teach in state and federal correctional facilities. This was a 2017 snapshot. We do yearly evaluations on the site, so we give them, you know, surveys to fill out and ask them things about, you know, how many students were enrolled, how many degree programs are you offering, what do these degree programs or certificate programs look like, and from the numbers that they gave us, you know, we saw that 30 million a year was used in 2017 to go to teaching incarcerated students. A total of 5,053 students just for that year. So that's not a cumulative number because the program started in 2016. So it's definitely a larger number of students that have entered the program. Some of them went home, some have graduated. So that number can be much larger as far as students that have been served. And a total of 954 degrees, again, in spring of 2017 have been awarded. So there has been some, you know, more graduations since then. More degrees have been conferred in certificate programs. What I've noticed in my work, so I work not only with the state of Alabama, but with Texas, Oklahoma, Florida, Maryland, West Virginia, Ohio, and did I say Maryland? Oh, okay. So I work with those states, and from what I've seen, you know, there's a lot more certificate programs or, you know, career tech programs offered as you get toward like the Midwest and the South. You might see some degree programs that are like associates or bachelors, AAs and ASs, AAs and BAs offered on the East and West. And I think, you know, the pool is quite diverse as far as, you know, the certificates and degrees or credentials as a whole that are offered to incarcerated men and women. So we always get this question about how long it will last. I'm the guy that people usually ask this to when I run into someone at a conference, whether they're from the corrections department or from the colleges. And the real answer is that, you know, technically, the ESI, which is an experimental site initiative, it's used by the U.S. Department of Education to test if a policy was to be undone. So there's, you know, a few policies that, you know, students can't, you know, dual enroll at 2 colleges at once. They did an ESI to see what if we allow students to do that and what are those outcomes. That's what they were testing for. So with this ESI, they wanted to see, so currently incarcerated people cannot access Pell Grants. Well, what happens now that, you know, it's been almost 25 years since the ban, let's revisit this and see what will happen. Will people get jobs? Will people, you know, no longer recidivate? Things of that nature. So that's right now what they're doing. The latest article that came out through Inside Higher Ed was discussing the president and his administration, and they were basically saying that right now it's not even a question of whether or not this will continue. They want to look at a rigorous study, and they want to know how to evaluate this properly. So those things kind of speak toward the program lasting, and each year they do release a list of ESIs that are coming to an end, and so far Second Chance Pell has not been on that list, and there's been a lot of strong support for the program. So messaging and policy, I think the messaging piece comes up a lot in this work when I'm speaking to, you know, people in correctional leadership. If I speak to teachers who, you know, help students get toward high school diploma or GED completion, if I'm speaking to instructors, college presidents and provosts, deans, I mean, you could run down the entire list. I always, you know, hear the sentiments that for one reason or another, you know, I don't know what to say when I'm confronted by someone who says, why does this person who committed this crime get to go to college and fill in the blank with, you know, whatever reason you want to put in. So that's this piece that I'm going to speak on here. Our campaign objective right now under my project is, now that we're, you know, Second Chance Pell is in its 3rd year, and that's to undo the ban on federal grants, we received funding to now look at state financial aid. Because as you may know, federal Pell Grants only cover up to a certain amount of tuition for students. That's whether you're incarcerated in the community. A Pell Grant does not cover all of your tuition at, say, a 4-year university. At that point, the student has to pay out of pocket, or they have to borrow subsidized or unsubsidized loans. If you have state financial aid, that can usually cover some of that aid as well, and in some cases, at a community college or a 4-year who has, you know, an affordable tuition, you can go to school on all grant aid. And especially with incarcerated students, being that their food, clothing, bed, and everything else is paid for, whereas though a student on the outside, even if grants covered everything, they still may have to borrow to survive, to pay rent if they're living off campus, or room and board and things like that. But it's perfect for incarcerated students. So we're looking at 20 to 25 states that we will target and work with state legislators to see, and you know, people from corrections and colleges, to see what barriers exist for students, and if we can undo those barriers so that if Pell is reinstated, then we have the state aid where students can then, you know, go to school without a balance on their tuition. So far, after doing our scan, this is what we came up with. We still have some states that are listed at the bottom that we're currently looking at, but Alabama, as you can see, students don't have, there's no barriers preventing incarcerated students from accessing that state financial aid. However, the challenge might be, if you dig a little deeper, it may be how much money is actually going toward the state financial aid. New Jersey, for example, I think they have about $4 million that goes in the pot, and I might be shooting a little too low with that. That's one of my colleagues' states. But there's a much larger pot that goes towards state financial aid grants in New Jersey than it is, let's say, in Michigan, where I'm working at. They do not have that much state financial aid. So it might be the case with Alabama. That's some digging that we're still you know, looking to do to figure that out. And then places like Florida, another state that I work with, they have legal barriers that prevent incarcerated students from ever accessing aid, whether you're inside and when you come home. You're barred from certain financial aid, state financial aid grants to go to college. So those are places where we would really want to you know, dig deeper and kind of get involved in that work. So key messages and research findings. I'm trying to go through this as quickly as possible because I know I'm on a time limit. But we found with working with one of our consultants that have done polling in what people consider red states and blue states, and it turned out that a big, broad majority of people support the issue of post-secondary education for people in prison. When you say things like college, you might hear, you know, some people kind of smirk a little bit or shriek, possibly. But things like job readiness, return on investment speaks to people. So every dollar you invest, there's $4 to $5 that you save. And almost everyone says that the system, the current correction system, just is not working and it needs to change. Opposition does exist. Like I mentioned, the costs, the unfairness. So I can't pay for my child to go to school. Why does this person get to go? And debate only makes our position stronger, meaning that we have to learn how to be comfortable in the work that we do. There's no other job or profession that I know, at least, where someone is ashamed to take up for what they do. This is your job, right? If you're teaching people in prison, if you're in charge of bettering the lives of people in the prison, and you strongly believe that post-secondary education is what's going to help the people that you serve, why do you feel like you can't talk about it? Why do you feel like you can't share with family and friends why this makes sense. We should not back down from the argument and say, oh, well, I just don't know what to say to that. No, there's sound arguments that you can make, and we need to feel empowered when we talk about this if you, in fact, love your job and the work that you do, right? So these are the things that we need to really kind of own in on and help people become more informed. So our message right now has been that post-secondary ed in prison provides incarcerated individuals with the knowledge and skills to secure jobs or employment and other opportunities, which will help them avoid the additional crimes from being committed and contributing members of the community. Those different bits and pieces in there are all things that through the polling, there were strong results on, that people were behind. The core messages, again, are in those three buckets. Driving economic opportunity, expanding access creates safer communities, and post-secondary education is a better investment than the status quo, what we're currently experiencing with the criminal justice system. Key messages. So these are things that, you can say when you're confronted with some of these, misbeliefs or misconceptions that people have. So they say, hey, I don't get why you're teaching people in prison. Like, why do they get to go to college? Well, as in the credential is whatever you are. If you're a dean or, dean of instruction, or if you're a college professor. Well, as a professor, I know that post-secondary education in prison equips students with the skills and knowledge they need to secure jobs and other opportunities upon release. Or you could say it also helps create safer environments, and you would have to build on that. I don't suggest you just remember that entire sentence, but use personal experiences, use what you know. A lot of people are in prison for petty crimes, things that they may have not committed. Not everyone in prison is a bad person, and majority of the prison population are not bad people. They just committed a crime. And think about if you were, convicted of a crime that you either didn't commit, or let's say you did commit it, but it was when you were a knucklehead teenager, and you have to live with that for the rest of your life. So those are things that, these are things that we all believe in, and we think about, and we know. But we have to make that conscious decision to enlighten people and teach them what we know and get that buy-in from other people. Because being silent on it or hiding what you do is not beneficial to this movement, and especially to the students that we work so hard for. So interviewing tips and best practices, I do this a lot. Speaking simply and succinctly, preparing key points when I go to certain environments where I may sense there's some opposition that, in regard to this work. And then again, personalize it when you can. We have over 5-something million people in the country that have been incarcerated, 2.2 that are currently incarcerated, and others who are still on probation, parole, so on and so forth. So it's highly unlikely that you don't have someone in your immediate family or extended family that has had contact with the criminal justice system. And times like those is when people start to care about a particular issue. When it's your family member that has been incarcerated or arrested or treated unfairly by the police, that's when we start to care about these issues. So if you could bring that home with someone and really drive that in with them, that can also get that buy-in. And I'm not ignoring you with the 2-minute sign. I am almost done. These are the tough questions that we were talking about, just to go over it again. Why should people in prison receive tuition assistance? So this is particular to Second Chance Pell, or Pell Grants, period. Pell Grants are accessible to low-income students. It's not a handout, it's not free money. If you qualify, whether you're, inside or out, well, we're trying to fight for people on the inside, but if you're a low-income student, you come from a low-income household, you can access a Pell Grant. So that eliminates the argument of, I can't afford it for my child when this person did X, Y, Z. That, again, it's a misconception. It's a false belief. If you, in fact, mom or dad, don't have an income that exceeds whatever it is for that year, then your child should be able to go. If you come from a low-income household, you and your child could be able to go to school. So, and there's also grants and scholarships out there. It's just a reactionary statement that people make to this for whatever reasons that they have. We're not going to assume, right? So why should we provide an education? Again, it makes communities safer, and then also it makes people in corrections, the officers that worry about the care, custody part of that. It makes the correction system safer. It makes our community safer as well. And then pivoting too, if somebody do, have you kind of pinned up and they're still asking you questions, they're not buying into anything you're saying, well, you know what? I'm not an expert on this. I just know what I know going into these facilities day in, day out. But I do know somebody at the Vera Institute. His name is Terrell Blunt. I could give you his information if you like. You could dodge him just like that. And I'm happy, more than happy to respond to their email or phone call. And the other ones as well, I don't know, but I could get back to you with some more information. That's when you could email me and say, hey, Terrell, can you send me some documents? I'm going to an event next week, or I ran into somebody last week who had some questions that I'd like to know how to answer better. And I will definitely pass that information on. And these are just some of the headlines that we have been working to push out there to get that buy-in and have people understand the impact of this work. So I just wanted to have those up here for you guys to look at. And there's plenty of feel-good, stories about graduations, people earning degrees, formerly incarcerated students who are doing great work in the community, being hired into positions. So it's out there. It just needs to be amplified much more. And now, well, we're not going to do questions and discussions because that's going to come later, but that's my piece. Thank you.
That was great, and he's serious. If you need information, email him, and he will absolutely get it to you. I'm glad on some levels that Donna couldn't make it because I'm really happy to be able to introduce Alma Robinson to you. She is the person who made this entire national series possible. So can we please give her a round of applause? And I think the national series pretty much sums up the need for working together in communities in your own state, but also working together across the country and creating, developing some awarenesses, I think, that can create and contribute to a different national dialogue. So anyway, Alma Robinson is the Executive Director of the California Lawyers for the Arts. We have worked together for several years on projects. She is a powerhouse, and she's about to give you a ton of information.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. This has been a good week. We had the California Art for Justice Forum on Tuesday, and I got on a plane yesterday at 5 a.m., which, believe me, that's not my style. But I'm happy to be here with you all. And I'll just tell you a bit about the national project. And I want to underscore some of the points that Terrell made in light of the arts argument. And so he was a great setup for me. Thank you, Terrell. First of all, is John Bay still in the room? John, thank you. John represents the Rockefeller Philanthropic Advisors, which is partnering with the Ford Foundation to do the National Art for Justice Fund. Our organization was really fortunate to be invited to apply for the first round of funding. We were one of 30 organizations that was invited to be part of this national effort to reduce mass incarceration by developing alliances between the arts and justice organizations. So our particular duet here is right in line with that, because you're hearing the Vera Institute, which is a national justice reform organization, and it's in the context of what can we do as artists. First of all, how many of you are artists or arts administrators working in prisons? Show of hands. Or jails? How many are curious and would like to? A few people, very good. How many are students who are interested in this area? Exploring? Great, fantastic. I mentioned that I was in Sacramento earlier this week. We've also had forums in Georgia at the Emory University Law School, at University of Michigan in April, the Michigan Art for Justice Forum. Texas Art for Justice happened at the Houston Museum of African American Culture, and we're going to wind up in New York City at the Columbia University Law School on November 16. So all of you have friends in New York. Let them know about it. It's going to be the grand finale of this series. And then we've been invited to apply for further funding to deepen these connections and explore further ways to work together. And should that happen, we'll be reading those notes very carefully from the breakout groups that you attended today at lunchtime in order to see how we might help facilitate more activity in this area in Alabama and the other states that we're working in. Some quick highlights. In Atlanta, the Greater Atlanta Urban League has gotten a grant for reentry programs. And as a result of participating in the forum in Georgia, they're looking at ways to work with the film and music industries in Atlanta to help people through apprenticeship programs and training programs to get a foot in the door in those industries. And for those who are interested in the arts, this will be a golden opportunity. Deep background. My organization, California Lawyers for the Arts, ran a welfare to work program in the 90s, during the welfare to work mandate from the federal government. And we had money to train people and give them computer skills and paid internships. So we have a model for that kind of work, which I hope can be adapted to work with people who are coming out, who may have had some arts exposure and training inside, but would like to continue their work in the arts. So that's an exciting possibility. In Texas, a legislator who was on the panel asked the director of the State Arts Council to start some programs in the state prison system, to call the director of education for the Texas Department of Corrections and figure out how to start these programs. And that he was so inspired by being part of our forum that day really got everybody's energy and enthusiasm up. So that conversation is happening now in Texas. Texas had a distinct role in our series of 6 because Texas has the highest number of incarcerated persons and the highest percent of incarcerated people in the United States. And so Texas was definitely on our gold star list. The goal of the forum was to work with the states that had the highest number of incarcerated people, or in some cases, we went with the highest percentage. It's interesting to me, as I've been able to take a scan around the country, that all of the states we're working with have some degree of consciousness about the over-incarceration of people in their states. And there is a desire to reduce incarceration and to increase rehabilitation programs. I was fortunate enough to sit at a table on changing public policy in Alabama, and Representative Joe Lovon was there, and he was listening. He's a new legislator, but the way that he was listening made me think that all of you who are interested in advocacy, and Terrell laid out a great explanation of how you advocate and what kind of arguments can be successful. All of you around the state of Alabama should find ways to see your state representatives at some event, or when they're campaigning, or just get to know them personally and make the pitch for arts programs in correctional institutions. Sometimes it's just a one-on-one conversation that sparks an interest. And today we also had the director, the commissioner for the state corrections system, and we had the State Arts Council director with us. I don't know if Al Head is still in the room, but the fact that he was here and speaking to this issue, even though he's retiring, is a strong sign of support. And so if you can get these different touch points aligned, you can make a difference. It seemed to me that the commissioner is very interested in expanding arts rehabilitation programs, and that you can also make the case for why arts programs are an important ingredient. He's already very much aligned with Kai's and the education project, Arts Plus Education project that Auburn runs in several institutions. And so the question is, how do you grow that? Now in California, as an example, our state legislature has a joint committee on the arts. About 6 years ago, we helped organize a hearing on arts and corrections. And I laid out some evidence-based results that showed that arts programs actually improve behavior, improve communication skills, lead to better relationships between people who are incarcerated, between inmates and staff, and voila, save the state money. So I said at that hearing to the senator who was running the hearing, this is cheap medicine. Why don't you do more of this? We had done a demonstration project in several state prisons and county jails with very small dollars from foundations and our State Arts Council that through pre and post surveys demonstrated these results. And with those results in hand, the legislature and the Department of Corrections supported more funding for arts programs in state prisons. They started with a $2.5 million demonstration project. It's now $8 million a year for arts programs in state prisons in California. Now you might say this is not California. Okay, well 10 years ago it wasn't California either. We had $1 million a year from the state general fund for arts programs of all kinds in California. Our per capita funding was 3 cents a person, less than the state of Mississippi, Guam, and Puerto Rico. So you couldn't get, we had really dived to the bottom, and we were there for about 10 years. Now, as a result of arts programs and corrections, the legislature has added more money for other arts programs, and the budget is now up to about $30 million a year. So when you recognize that arts programs can help the most disadvantaged people, sometimes that light bulb goes off. Oh, if we can help people who are incarcerated through the arts, maybe we won't have so many people to correct. Why don't we have more arts education in the schools? Why don't we support arts training and leadership through the arts? So there is a wide, wide lane in terms of community development and the arts, which I think you can explore here. It's wonderful that you have so much university participation. Those folks graduate, they go out into the community, they teach others. I think you have here a wonderful field of folks who can easily become arts advocates and advocates for education for everybody who is incarcerated, as well as those who are not. I'm from North Carolina. I always like to say that because I don't want you to think that I'm just talking, we used to have a governor that they call Governor Moonbeam, Jerry Brown. And so he came back 30 years later and he's still, leading the charge on environment and all kinds of progressive values. But in some respect, we all have to drive towards the good, and I think artists often show us the way. So I thank you for all you do for the citizens of Alabama, for the people who are incarcerated, and for the good of our country. Thank you.
We are in the unfortunate position of being incredibly behind. Can we let the next two speakers speak and then do a joint Q&A?
Perfect.
Would y'all be okay with that? Okay. I mean, they're not going to kick us out or anything, but we also respect the fact that it's Friday afternoon, so. All right, Nina, that's y'all.
Hello, everyone. I am Shay Farley. I am Policy Counsel at the Southern Poverty Law Center. I referred to myself as a reformed lawyer who realized that the law wasn't there to protect the people I was concerned about. So I decided to go engage in policy at the state legislature to change some of that. Some of you I've had the pleasure to meet already. If not, I'm going to cut it short and just say email me because we should know each other. Very, very brief because bios are in your paper, your program rather. Dina Dickerson is with the Offender Alumni Association. She is a change agent who believes in providing a microphone to people who are system involved so that they can understand, make others understand exactly what it's like. You are very familiar, everybody in this room, with what the Council on the Arts does, but Miss Diana Green will talk to us about her program work there.
I hope this makes me as tall as the gentleman that was up here earlier who intimidated me greatly. Thank you all for being here today, and it's always an honor and a privilege to be able to speak for those that are very silent right now, and they are my sisters that I left behind the walls in 2012, and I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to be before you today. Guys, thank you for believing in me, and the staff and all that kind of stuff, and a few of my support persons that came in from Birmingham. Thank you. Well, I didn't really know what I was going to say, and I was encouraged to write this about 2 weeks ago, and of course I did not, because I suffer from something that many people call procrastination. I think that has an underlying place for fear as well. I don't do this very well as often as people say that I do okay. And so I guess I would start by saying first I couldn't be the victim and then be a responsible person that's accountable today at the same time. But I will share a little bit of my truth with you all, and that's going back as far as I can remember where my trauma started, so that you will see the person that went behind the walls in 2002 that left a 6-year-old son and returned to him when he was 16. So that's something that I hold dear, and it gives me the strength today to fight through quite a few challenges that I have in my life since I've been home. So let me go by saying that this journey has taught me to be fully human while engaging with others and creating opportunity to see people wholeheartedly. And so at 6 years old, I walked into the bathroom with a crying mother that had 4 children. And she had a snub-nosed 38 up to her head, crying bloody murder. And so the only thing that I can do in those little brief seconds that it took to get out of the shock mode until this lady's gone crazy and lost her mind was to reach my hand out and ask her for the pistol as I rubbed on her back with the other hand to let her know that it was going to be okay, whatever it was, because I couldn't get anything out of her. And later on in life, I realized that's where my manipulation came from, and I ended up using it in a very bad way. But anyway, some people had to take me back down that road about 30 years forward to help me understand what it was that drove me to quite a few things in my life, as well as alcoholism, that later took the charge and led me to Tutwiler Prison in 2002, where I served 10 years on a 114-year sentence for conspiracy to commit a substance abuse crime. So after being there for a short period of time, I started engaging with people that were different than I was, and I had came up in a system in the late 60s, early 70s, where we didn't like people that wasn't like us regardless of who they were. And so all of this stuff now is being taught to me at the age of 36, when I've already tore my life up. And so I can remember standing before the first panel of people. When you get to the prison, you have to see a panel of people to decide your fate while you're there. But of course, I had 114 years to serve, and the earliest that they would look at me would be 30 years. So when I get home, my son will be 36, and hopefully I wouldn't be a grandmother, so I can see my first grandbaby born. And that was the first time I was able to really face the hopelessness that I think I had carried with me for a very long time, when they looked at me and told me that they wasn't going to recommend me to do anything because I had enough time to be there. So I wasn't allowed to get my GED while I was there. Every time I would apply for it, the classes were full or whatever. And so that was heart-wrenching. And so I stayed on my bed a lot, and I was reading a lot of things. I'm an 8th grade dropout as well. Well, in 2004, it was 2006. I had been there 4 years. I was allowed to go into Kai Stevens' creative writing and art class. And that's the place where I first found that I was a human being and I could be treated as such. Because before then, it was turn around, inmate, get to that wall. We got some free world people on the hallway. So then I got this social anxiety that's going on once I'm free in 2012, so I can't look people in the eyes. And I'm feeling very ashamed by this, because surely when the waitress asks me what is it that I would like to order, I don't have to keep my menu up to my face. I can look at her in her eyes as I was taught, and tell her what I wanted. And so I had to face the damage that incarceration had actually done. And so out of all the rehabilitating tactics that I thought I had used on my own, reading and sort of kind of becoming self-educated while I was there, it was still some stuff that was untapped. And so with that being said, the old abandonment issues and rejection pieces came up. And then, of course, the betrayal and the feelings of hopelessness and, oh my God, where do I belong in a place that I did not belong before I left, and now that I'm a felon, I do not belong now that I've returned. And I had 2 legs up in comparison to other people as myself, and that was I had a strong support system. And I also had a job upon my exit, because I was allowed to go to the work release center even though I wasn't allowed to get an education 5 years into my sentence. And for that, I'm grateful, because it actually showed me how to be responsible, be at a place on time, do what I'm supposed to do, don't call in sick when you're not, even though I never had a vacation in 5.5 years. So I did not understand what co-worker stuff was and all of this stuff. And when I got out, I went into Lawson and got my GED. And of course, people take it for granted because, Dina, you're doing so well, you look so good and all this, but I had no earthly idea on how to enter college. And so I was very excited to hear Kai's when she said that they were offering college credits to persons that were incarcerated. So my mind, and I'm not very smart, mind you, was saying, well, if this is a prison to pipeline thing, meaning that we're undereducated when we get there, we're denied an education while we're there, and then unfortunately society doesn't know that the 80 to 90% of people that are incarcerated one day do return to society, and there's an elbow in there, and we're coming back out without an education. What is it that they really want us to do if we really have it set in our hearts and mind that we're going to be productive members of society? And I can't be productive if I can't be a contributor. And so that was the heart-wrenching part, that I have to sometimes be the voice for those that are in there, and then be the liaison for the community support that we do have out here, even though it's a small fragment of people that get beat on a regular basis as they continue to stand the charge and in the gaps and voice their voices and be our voices for us out there. When I go back in and I talk to people that are in Limestone, and I mingle with persons that are in the degree program at State that Kai's them are doing, to let them know that there are people fighting, and what I need you to do is give it everything you got while you're in here, and in spite of what you're feeling and what you're thinking about yourself, that you know there are going to be people out there that are bridging the way for you, and they're going to have their hand out saying, I got you, come on. And so that's what we have done, and I know I'm talking very fast, but Kai's messed around and gave me this thing that we're terribly behind. And that's another thing that I suffer with, I guess. It's like, okay, let's catch up. And so in saying that, I was honored to meet with a lady called Deborah Daniels, and she is one of my mentors now. I was able to meet with her, and she pitched a vision about 4.5 years ago. She wanted to know, and I was very early into my transition as far as freedom is concerned, and she pitched a vision: where were the formerly incarcerated, and why weren't we reaching back to help other people like ourselves to move forward? And so I joined her hand in my hand, and we started walking forward with the Offender Alumni Association, which is based in Birmingham. And it's a model after the AA portion, after the AA program, and that's what people with like experiences that have gone through and overcome some of the challenges that's continuing to move forward can reach back and help someone like ourselves. And so we are now in Georgia with 2 forums, and we're working with the prison system there, as well as the Department of Justice over there. And we have 4 support forums in Birmingham. We just opened 2 in Huntsville, in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Mobile is waiting on us for 2019. And there's a judge in Louisiana that actually wants us to start something in her reentry court, but we have not the funds to do that. We're only thriving on passion, and a lot of us are struggling to feed ourselves. But this is something that has to be done in spite of whether money is going to come or not. And so that is the sacrifice that I'm willing to give myself for the gratitude that I have to be granted freedom today. And thank all of you all for being here.
Phew, okay. What happens when you're the very last one to speak on a very long, emotional day is to follow that, I'm in awe of what you've been through and what you've gone and where you are and the gift that you want to give back. I think Kai's asked me to come forward to talk with you because I'm a firm believer in arts education, and I'm passionately working to make sure that the arts are in all of our schools. I think it's what we need to make sure we have equity in education, and I feel like after the stories we've heard today, we have to do better. We've got to do better for our young people. And all of us know that, but anyway, I prepared, I have a clicker here, right? Why do we think it's important to have arts education? And that's already been discussed a lot today, but not in the context of our schools before incarceration. The arts empower people. They empower kids, and I'm gonna go through these slides very fast because Barb Bondi already did a really, really good job of talking about the value and the benefits of the arts in expressing things. But from my point of view, this is the way I talk to superintendents. I did want to say that I'm sorry Tommy Bice was not here today. He's one of the reasons I'm so involved with this. He and I traveled to Chicago. Tommy Bice was our past superintendent of schools, who's also an artist himself and believes in this work. But he's been in the trenches, and he has told teachers in Alabama, the first thing you do when you walk into a classroom is not start teaching. And I don't know if you know, but I think there's some research out there that says there's a very large percentage of teachers who, after the first 10 minutes of their class in the fall, have already made up their decision what to expect from their students. They've already labeled them. And Tommy Bice says, I don't want you to go into that school and start teaching. I want you to go into that school and start finding out who your students are, what are their stories. You cannot teach them if you don't know that. And I thought that was very eye-opening. And hopefully the arts help us do that. The arts engage kids, and we have all the research that says if we give arts programs to kids in schools, they'll go to school. They will be there. They will have something, they will have better attendance, and if you're there with better attendance, you're going to do better. The arts provide relevance. This is huge for us in a diverse country. We have testing where kids have to take tests that are very Eurocentrically designed. They are sometimes using sentence structure that not every child understands. And they are then labeled as not very smart, and therefore they're at the low end of the totem pole. I wasn't one of those kids that had that problem with language, but I couldn't take a test. So until 4th grade, I was brilliant. I could read, I could do everything. But come 4th grade, when we started taking those tests, and this is not new, I was born in 1950. They were doing those tests at that time, and I was immediately labeled dumb. So in the arts, if we use the arts to find out whether kids know something, if we let them use the content knowledge that we need them to have as source materials for creating a work of art, they will do it in a way that's relevant to them because they can only create from their own experience. And so they will understand and they will show and be able to understand. And we also know from research that learning happens when you can find relevance. And if it doesn't seem relevant to you, you don't learn it. You don't remember it. Why would you? Emotional learning and research says that we learn best from emotional content. If we can connect to something emotionally, we won't forget it. We know that with trauma. If you have trauma and that's terribly emotionally, you're never, ever, ever going to forget it. But it's also good on the positive. It's same on the positive side. But the arts help us learn emotionally because that's what the arts are. They are a language above, above verbal language. We have our own language. And it connects in a mysterious way that we understand and we feel. And it's real. Expression, we've been talking about a lot. I stole this poem off the Writing Our Stories, Open the Door anthology that I picked up yesterday at Mount Meigs. And I just wanted to read. The knife of anger. The handle is the anger I hold. The blade is my scar. The tip is the bad ways I let it out. The curved edge is the cut on my face. The blood on the knife is my stress. We need students to have a voice and to communicate and to express themselves, and we need to listen. Listening is hard, though. Are we really ready to hear what they have to tell us? I've been amazed at the poetry that just in our Poetry Out Loud program that the students create. And my heart breaks for some of them, but some of the young kids who I would never dreamed could even put words together in the way they do. They put it in their way, but we need to be ready to listen, and we need to be ready to do something about it. When we use the arts, we exceed expectations. I wish I had a penny for every teacher who said to me, I had no idea the depth of knowledge my student had until they started doing this artwork about this piece of literature we were reading. Or I just had no idea that my student had that ability. And I'm using Charlie Lucas here, who's many of you know, is a wonderful artist in Alabama who'd never made it all the way through school because of severe dyslexia. But I have never seen evidence of anyone with more divergent thinking than Charlie Lucas, which means he's absolutely brilliant. And he can look at anything and put together something else, and what he has to say is very important to us. So I put that up there because it's amazing what somebody is capable of doing with after leaving school at 14. Now, the other thing the arts do for us is provide a community that affirms what we have created, what is ours, our ownership. Being a community is so important. If we had all of these things in our schools, honestly, I firmly believe that that would reduce the number of people that end up in our prisons, because this kind of arts education would be affirming, it would be building self-esteem. I just know it would provide a place. There are places in schools for people who do sports, but there are a whole heck of a lot of people in our schools that don't do sports, and they don't have a community, and they don't have a place. Some of the arts programs that we've been putting in, they've been telling us, this is the first time I ever felt I belonged at school. They develop empathy and understanding. We have so many diverse cultures. we need to start talking to each other about those cultures and why we do specific things and why things are important and how that is something important to us in our background. We have children who don't even know their own culture because they're embarrassed by it or nobody's teaching it to them. So we need to be celebrating differences in our schools, and we need to be helping our teachers help them. And the teachers, I think, are worried because they think they don't know the cultures enough. All they have to do is bring those kids forward and have them share. The teachers don't have to know. The students already do. I wanted to share these statistics with you. This was done in a survey that Tommy Bice actually helped us with that went to all of the schools, and he made sure it kept going back to his principals, and we got a 52% return, which if anybody does research knows that's a pretty darn high percentage of a return. And we found out that 90% of the schools that do really, really well on ACT had arts programs. 93% that scored the lowest have no arts programs. So you know that for academics, the arts, we have enough research out there that shows they're important. For equity, students of color and poverty are the least likely to have arts opportunities in Alabama. There are only 24% of the rural schools have arts education at all, only 37% of urban, and it's better, but it's still not great. 52% of our children in suburban areas have arts education. So if you're looking at equity here, you're looking on trying to fix something, yes? Overall, only 30% of Alabama's schools have arts education. So we got a long way to go if we're going to help be proactive. And a lot of this means we have to get people to believe of the importance of it. Currently, there's no language in any of the Alabama State Department of Education policy that requires or even rewards arts education in the schools. We used to have a 1 credit or half a credit graduation requirement. That's gone. And we don't have anything in ESSA yet that's the Every Student Succeeds Act that includes the arts as a means to help students. But we are working hard to make a difference. There's a book out there on the table I wish you would take with you, and there are bunches of them underneath too if they run out. This is Alabama's plan for arts education. It calls for collaboration. And it seems to me that, I think somebody said, we should all be getting together and doing this for everybody, for the prisons, for the students, for the communities. We should be getting the arts out there for everyone because it's important. But this is a plan to build stakeholders and a collective impact model to get the arts into every school because we know we're not going to have enough money. There is not enough tax base in the state of Alabama to put an arts specialist in every school. Thank you. We are in the Artistic Literacy Consortium working hard to get them to look at a quality indicator. I don't know if any of you know what that means, but schools have to have different things on their report cards to show they're doing well. And we're really wanting them to say if the school system has a lot of arts classes, they can use that as a quality indicator and get a plus on their report card. The State Department of Education has $1.3 million in grants for arts programming, up from $20,000 to $25,000 each per school that applies for it or for communities that are going to work with it. I was thinking it'd be wonderful to have a project, and I'm not sure how it would work, but maybe there could be some kind of project that works with students in prisons and I don't know. There might be some project where we could connect everything. The Alabama State Council on the Arts has a collaborating artist program where we send artists into schools, and that is working extremely well. We go in and talk about what they need, and then we design the art to fit them. Poetry Out Loud is another program that we do, and I just put it up there because it was a little bit in line with what Jeannie does. It's all students in high school get to actually recite poetry, and we have a writing section for that, and Jeannie helps with the awards for that, so we appreciate our partnership with Jeannie. Writers Forum is making a huge difference. They're already working. They don't only do work in incarcerated youth facilities. They are aware that in 7th grade, it's very critical time for kids. And so they're starting to work with Shelby County Arts Council. Actually, they've been doing it for quite a while, and are getting into schools ahead of time. And teachers are amazed at what's happening with those students. I wanted to read, if I can get it in, because I only have very much more time, but that's okay because I'm about done. But I wanted to read a piece from Tony Crunk, one of their teaching artists. He was at a ceremony at the end of one of these schools' showcase of students reading their poetry, and he talked about what this program, Writing Our Stories, meant to these kids. Students in the Writing Our Stories program, whether they realize it or not, have already begun exploring and discovering through writing who they are, what they want to do in their lives, what they need to become, what their place in the world can and should be. And they're doing this by developing the ability to understand and articulate the richness, the complexity of their emotional lives, by developing the ability to conceive of something in their own minds that has never existed before, and then to create it. By developing the ability to see and hear the world around them with greater attention and care, and the ability to hear and understand the people around them with greater care and sensitivity and compassion, by developing the ability to share themselves with each other in creative and meaningful ways, and the ability to support each other and invest in each other's growth in substantive and sustaining ways. To me, that means giving hope to our children, and hope is the thing we need to keep incarceration from being necessary. And thank you very much.
So we have time for some questions. We can either keep our folks here or move them over. Move them over. Girl. He's like, oh. Come on, one more. One more cheese. I don't want to miss it.
Setting up, I wanted to mention a couple things on the horizon. Kaz and I are working together with a national group to establish a national Justice Arts Coalition, and you'll be hearing more about that, along with our next national conference for artists who work in corrections, which we're planning to have at Santa Clara University in California in June. Our last conference had master artists teaching artists. It was really incredible. And so I urge all of you that are interested in getting into this profession to think about ways to come there, and we're trying to raise some money from the National Endowment for the Arts to bring artists and speakers from around the country to that conference. And finally, the NEA does have grants in many programs for arts programs in prisons and county jails and juvenile facilities. I got a list of about 20 of them, and they range from the theater program to music to visual arts. And in our own case, we're funded in the locals program for our demonstration project of the benefits of arts programs in county jails. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, to those of you that are thinking about how to develop a program. You need 3 years of operations to get an NEA grant, but put it in your long-range plan. Go for it.
Start with the state funding. They like you to get state grants first.
Exactly.
And we'll be willing to help. And it's not hard to get a grant from the State Arts. It's not hard to get a grant from the State Arts Council. I'll have this in a minute. We will actually walk you through how to get the grant on paper. We are there to make sure you do get the funding that you request. But don't contact us the day they're due. Preferably 2 months ahead of time.
Do we have some questions?
In Alabama, when, I'm just speaking about in the women's facilities, if an inmate wants to make a craft project that we do in the Birmingham work release facility, we make a lot of crochet projects. In order to profit from or sell an item themselves, there's sort of a complicated order form process where the inmate has to front the money for the supplies in advance. And one of the ways we wanted to incorporate the pilot project we're doing with the arts is to sort of run it like a little business where the inmates who participate don't just do time, but spend time making the art. They also will work on taxes, marketing, you know, product development, you know, and the whole area. So hopefully they'll still be able to participate after their release. And I was wondering how you all are able to handle, or if you have information about selling the art that inmates make in order to help them build up a fund for reentry, or to help with their children or their expenses for those who aren't able to be on work release. And if you've had any problems selling things across state lines, I understand that there's some sort of a law that prevents inmates articles from being sold out of state. Do you?
Is that a question for me?
Well, I don't know if it, you know.
Actually, we did a scan of what's called Son of Sam laws, which were varied in different states. So it's really a matter of state law how inmates can sell or profit from their time while they're inside. There was an interesting project in Oregon where a CO actually set up an entrepreneurial program so that people could market their work, establish a place on a website, and when they get out, they already have a marketing platform and an audience.
But they're no longer, there was something, they're no longer selling, they're only able to sell in Oregon.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But there are different examples, and I think it's a question to research Alabama law. Anybody else?
This is just real quick. Is your PowerPoint available through the Vera Institute that you showed?
I can see if I could share that with Kai's. And if
I
she
happen
has
to be
it.
teaching a policy class right now, and I think that's a great example of developing a policy advocacy plan. I would love to steal it from you.
Okay, I'll see if I can make that available.
Thank you.
Other questions? Anybody on the panel have anything else they want to add? Panels, plural?
Yes, I would like to say to everyone, I would like to challenge everyone to be conscious about the language you use when referring to people in the justice system. So I've heard a lot of weaving in and out, like one sentence you would say like, you know, incarcerated people, and then like two sentences later you would say inmate. And again, I say this to practitioners, I say this to incarcerated people because they've been so institutionalized that they refer to themselves as inmates, offenders, convicts, and when they're home, they're ex-convicts, ex-inmates. They're people, And all it takes is an additional 2 or 3 words in that sentence by saying formerly incarcerated people or currently incarcerated students. And I say that because it plays on a number of things, the way you view them, the way they view themselves, and how you approach this work. It's very easy to say, you know, why are you going to give this opportunity to a murderer. Even if this person was convicted of murder, it's by wording it that way, you're kind of giving that subtle hint like, okay, well, murder was involved. This person doesn't deserve this. Or why are you giving it to this drug dealer? You know, the cops killed this drug dealer, even though he was stopped and he had a cell phone in his hand. But he was a drug dealer. No, he was a young black male. He was a person. He was a driver. The conviction doesn't matter, and their state, the environment that they're in, should not matter. Because again, at the bottom of it all, you're humanizing individuals. And we're people, they're people, just like we are. And I just wanted to drop that. I saw, again, the humanizing language was employed just about in everyone who has spoken, but be conscious about, you know, making it consistent. Be consistent with it, because that is a huge part of your messaging. People will pick up on it when you speak to them on these topics and issues. And then I would also, once you know, depending on the relationship that you have with those individuals, also make that challenge to them to do the same. And in the same way I articulated it to you all, do the same with them, because that's something that needs to be changed. It really does. Returning citizens is great too, yeah.
I just wanted to say, excuse me, in relation to the idea of going to the legislature, working with the legislators and everything, that in my experience of being in Montgomery, Alabama for about 23 years and working very closely with the State Arts Council, Alabama does a fantastic job of this. In fact, I think Alabama could be a model to other states of how the Arts Council and the attendant partners are arts advocates. We have an arts advocacy conference every year, and we like doing this. You know, we don't find it intimidating, and we're happy to help others learn how to do it. So if there's anybody here from Alabama who wants to come to Montgomery sometime, I'll be happy to take you a few blocks down from my office to the State House. I just want to say that for our out-of-town folks, because we are very, very good at it here, and primarily this is because of the leadership of Al Head and his engendering this impulse to work, you know, with our state government. So sometimes Alabama gets a bad rap in the news, but if you, as you say, drill down and look at it, there's a lot happening here that's positive, and I just wanted to say that, because Kaz is another one who's not afraid to come to Montgomery, so just comment.
I agree with you. I think there are a lot of assets here. Some people have told me that they live here, but they haven't had a chance to go to the new Civil Rights Museum and the Legacy Monument. Encourage all of you to do that. It's a huge project, and it has really put Montgomery on the map. But what blows my mind is that these lawyers created an arts institution. It's really amazing. So if lawyers can do that, anybody can do anything. So you got to see it.
I wanted to just, I just wanted to mention that the Arts Council right now is going through some strategic planning processes. And if you want to give some input as to how we should structure things, I was kind of asking some questions about, because there is a kind of a stigma against government funding for things sometimes, especially for things like this, or for communities that are not necessarily reached, and there's not a lot of trust there. And I want us to, I think we do pretty well, but I think we could get out more, and we would love to have your input as to how we might make it easier for you to do what you need to be doing, and what kinds of criteria would you expect us to ask? How could we set up and structure our granting so that it would be easy for you to get things done, and at the same time make yourself accountable to make sure that you're working toward a goal? That would be something that we would love to hear, so please let us know.
I think Kai's is going to have the last word, but I just have to acknowledge you one more time. You're just incredible. Everywhere I go, I hear, Kai's was here. Kai's is coming here. And you're just a force. You're really amazing.
One of those things. Just
I would like to say one thing before you guys,
Okay.
and that is for the persons that are here. Do look into the grassroots organizations that are in your community, because there are a lot of people doing a lot of work on the very bottom end of things, and so they are definitely looking for persons to help do what it is that everyone's saying that they're trying to do. I think a lot of people are tired of the conversations, and we're trying to get to the solution. We have too many educated persons in here not to come up with an answer over the last, because everybody's saying the same thing. Then, oh, there's a new administration, so we got to go do this all over again. We've been thinking about it for the last 20 years. So that would be my suggestion to the audience.
Thank you. So I know everyone is ready to go. It's been a big, full day. First, I would like to just say thanks to our team and our office. I know one of our members just scooted out the door. Shaylin Smith, this is Rob Hitt, Ori Unruh, Dana Dickerson. Please give them a hand. I never know what to say at the end of an event. And one of the things I keep saying about arts and education is that they are pathways. Art is a pathway for people who have had trouble learning academically to step back into the classroom. And inside of a prison, that's really important, because I can tell you that you might not have written the most perfect sonnet, right, in terms of scanning and lines, but I can't tell you your poem is wrong. I can't tell you your drawing is wrong. And when you exist in a place in society that tells you that who you are as a human being is wrong, you need a way to step back in to learning that is safe, where you learn to trust yourself, your own vision, your own ideas. And then art becomes the pathway to take a math class. Art becomes the pathway for Auburn University to build a degree program. All of it started with the arts, that we want to put things in silos in terms of educational processes and learning and creating is a problem. So one of the things with today, and I was so glad to have Alma and Terrell on the same panel, is that these two institutions, the national movement with higher education in prisons and the national movement with creating more arts opportunities in prisons, they need to be talking to each other and listening to each other about how do we better create pathways for people. It is perfectly fine for someone on the inside to not want a college degree, if that is their very sincere choice. What is not fine is if somebody wants the opportunity to do that and the opportunity is not there. It is not fine if somebody wants to learn how to draw and the opportunity is not there. We perpetuate the problems by not investing in our people. And yes, Terrell, I agree with you. It's people. And if we can't change our mindset to see brothers and sisters and cousins and neighbors and friends instead of inmates, bad people, right? We're not going to change how we interact with these systems, because it also impacts how we deal with K through 12 education in this state. Because we determine that someone's parent is bad, their child must be bad, which is BS, right? We know this, but we're perpetuating those systems. So what I ask of you from here is to be a positive force in creating a pathway. Don't get in the way of someone else who's trying to do good work. Don't let your ego get in the way of somebody else's idea for a program. It isn't a contest. It actually takes us all. It takes all the perspectives. It takes all the voices and all the visions. And just as a wrap up, I'm very happy to announce that we have gotten a very small seed amount of money to start building a statewide coalition of higher education programs in prisons. And what I hope is that the resources of higher education institutions in the state of Alabama become better partners for other community arts organizations, to reentry organizations, to mentoring programs, right? That higher education steps into the role of being a community builder, that the knowledge isn't just behind these walls that are not exactly accessible to everyone. So, thank you for coming today. Thanks for spending the day with us, for thinking, for listening. Please fill out the evaluation forms. We are going to pester you with that via email as well. And my assumption is, based on the conversations that I heard today, is that this is an event that people would like to do again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys.
So we'll start working on that.
One more thing. The poetry on the wall, leaving here, is from your program.
It is.
And I want to encourage everybody to take a minute and read 1 or 2 poems on the way out.
And I'm going to leave it on the last note of one of our students. There's a poem out there in the middle of the wall by a guy named Wayne Guy Carter. And he was one of our students for about 12 years, and I'm going to try really hard not to choke up right now. And it's not going to work. He got out 1.5 years ago, and he's dead now. And he is dead because we as a society did not value him. We did not give him support. We did not create opportunities for him. We stigmatized him. And this beautiful artist, this beautiful writer, this beautiful soul is not here. So this is not some amorphous thing, right? These are real human beings and real lives. And please go read his poem and send him a good thought. Thank you.